I will revive Hinduism. I am a Hindu revivalist, not by any revolution, but by evolution. And setting model communities. Kailasas, enlightenment ecosystems, Sarvanya Peethas all over the world. All powerful cognition, knowledge, only when you live, power manifestation and possibilities manifestation happens. It's a fundamental truth.
Yes. Welcome back. We'll now be entering into the introduction to the manifestation of the extraordinary Shaktis of third eye. So the Balasans of the Nithyananda yogis, the initiated disciples, would be joining and demonstrating the various powers of third eye and sharing with us all their experiences, results of the extraordinary manifestation of the divine powers which are awakened in us through the Diksha. So in today's Bhava Samadhi Darshan, all of us will be receiving the initiation into third eye awakening and various other powers with the blessings of the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism. And we will be manifesting these two powers, the power of third eye, which is seeing with your eyes blindfolded and seeing and scanning your body. So now let us understand what are Shaktis. So in Veda Agamas, the source scriptures of Hinduism, Paramashiva reveals in elaborate detail that every human being is hardwired to be able to manifest 463 plus extraordinary powers. And these are described as a system, a method and science for human beings, which to explore the various possibilities and powers and have access to various states of consciousness. So Shaktis, they manifest from the fundamental cognition that you are divine and you need to manifest divine. And not that you are a man and you need to reach the divine. So Shaktis, they express from the space of enlightenment as a side effect of feeling connection with the divine and high integrity with the Guru. And they are the source of enlightenment, whereas Siddhis are the powers that manifest from either tapas or penance for enlightenment. And they are manifested when you are on the path of enlightenment. So Shaktis of Paramashiva manifest through the ordinary human beings in an extraordinary way after initiation from the avatar, and they are permanent, whereas Siddhis are not permanent and they may divert you from enlightenment itself. So who is the source of these powers? Paramashiva, the primordial divinity in Hinduism, the ultimate reality and cause, which is self-effulgent, all-pervading, unchanging beyond time, space, form, and causality. So as the fundamental base of Avyakta, the unmanifest, and Vyakta, the manifest existence, he performs the Panchakritya, the 5 cosmic acts of Shrishti, which is creation, Sthiti, which is sovereign rulership and maintenance, Samhara, which is rejuvenation, Throbhava, which is pulling out of delusion, and Anugraha, that is liberating grace for all the living entities. So now joining with us, we have Manitya Jayashananda and Vijayashananda. Nithyananda yogis would be continuing with the manifestation of the extraordinary Shaktis of third eye. Nithyananda Ma.
Nithyananda, thank you for that very, very beautiful introduction. And like Mahatma Priya Swami just introduced, we had seen who Paramashiva is. Now we are going to be seeing who the living avatar of Paramashiva is. The Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, Jagadguru Mahasanidana, His Divine Holiness Nithyananda Paramashiva, or also called short form as SPH, as the 1008th living incarnation and representative of Paramashiva and the reviver of Kailasa, the ancient enlightened Hindu civilizational nation, the great cosmic borderless Hindu nation. Ever since the beginning of the civilization, the Sanatana Hindu Dharma has been the cradle of enlightened beings and highly advanced sciences. It was where the science of enlightenment and powers was lived and taught as a lifestyle. For the first time in modern day, the supreme point of Hinduism is reviving these yogic sciences and transmitting it to the world at a never accomplished before record-breaking speed. So, with this, we will be moving on to how exactly these powers have been transmitting from lineage in the exact same, from generation to generation, from guru to guru, and how the supreme point of Hinduism is the first one to be able to open it up to the entire world to be able to manifest these beautiful powers. The knowledge and sciences of manifesting these Shaktis are passed down from one generation to the next through Diksha or initiation by the enlightened gurus. The supreme point of Hinduism, being recognized as an incarnation at a very young age, was trained and taught these sciences to revive the initiation and knowledge repositories for billions to manifest science of power manifestation from disciplines of Vedanta, Tantra and Sri Vidya, Yoga and Yogic powers, Mantra Shastra, Siddha Vidya, science of Aushadha, Advaita and Bhakti Yoga, Paramashiva Jnana and Paramashiva Vijnana. So now, I'm sure all of you will be curious on how we can manifest these divine Shaktis in all of us. So we are going to be watching a short intro on how exactly we can manifest these Shaktis in us and how you can go ahead and manifest this power for the betterment of the entire world. Understand? Yes. So how do the powers manifest in us? Understand how all the disciples, the partisans of the supreme point of Hinduism, manifest these powers are from the cognitions, from the powerful cognitions that Bhagavan gives us. And it's not just initiation is one of the contributing factors, but understand the powerful cognitions, the beliefs, and the trust you hold on the Guru is what will actually make you manifest the Shaktis, right? So one of the powerful cognitions to manifest the Shakti, so core cognition is every ultimate truth, jnana, mapped into your consciousness, prajna, manifests as possibility and power of every being, prajnana. So with this, we'll be watching
Diksha is the direct transfer of...
On what exactly is Diksha? I'm sure we've used this word before in the intro. So we'll be watching what this initiation or Diksha really means and what it really does to us.
Spiritual energy by Dikshito bhavet. The one who is not initiated does not attain liberation nor a better future. So by all efforts, one should get initiated by Guru. What is the science of initiation? Neuroscience has proved that the process of initiation floods the brain with energy. This is the superconscious energy of Kundalini, our own highest inner potential energy. As the Kundalini flows from the thalamus to the cortex, it sets up a powerful energy loop within the brain, which awakens the latent non-mechanical parts which we have never used before. With increasing levels of coherence, the whole brain comes alive, turning into a superconductor of conscious energies that heal, empower, transform our lives, bliss and fulfillment. Initiation creates high awareness, visualization, creativity. It also slows the aging process and improves the immune system. Kundalini awakening, healing experience, levitation, teleportation, materialization. Experience the power of initiation through a range of exclusive programs conducted at the ashram. Nithyananda Dhyanapitham.
So we watched an introduction on what exactly Diksha initiation is and how it flows within each one of us with just one either touch, word, or even a look of the avatar. Yes. So the first is the Shastra Pramanas. These So with that, you understood how easy it is to awaken the Kundalini energy within us and how we can manifest these Shaktis with just one initiation from the avatar. Now, we will be authenticating this entire science of power manifestation with the four pramanas, the four evidences of this manifestation happening before from our scriptures or in the life of a rishi or the life of our very own the supreme part of Hinduism or ourselves, right? The next is the Apta Pramana, the experiences of various sages, rishis, munis, who have actually read these Shastra Pramanas and gotten results out of these Shastra Pramanas in the form of power manifestation. So they are time tested and have verified these sciences that the Parameshwara himself has revealed. Pramana. The first is the Shastra Pramana, the eternal, unchangeable truths revealed in the source scriptures. The scriptures and the truth revealed by Parameshwara himself, and these words taken into account by various rishis and sages and have come in the form of Apta Pramanas. And understand these Apta Pramanas are time tested and verified, the science of power manifestation. So we'll be moving on to the next slide. The next is the Atma Pramana, which is the personal account of the supreme part of Hinduism and his own very experience of the manifestation of powers happening in the avatar's life. And finally is the Pratyaksha Pramana, which is the empirical evidence from observations and scientific experimentations. With a lot of experiments that have been conducted on the power manifestation on the people who have been manifesting these powers, and you will be seeing the results of which. Now we'll be moving on to what exactly are Veda Agamas. Understand the Shastra Pramana is taken from the Vedas or the Agamas or the Veda Agamas. The Vedas are the ultimate superior authority for Hindus. Vedas are pure science where the ultimate truths are explained. Agamas are the scriptures where the applied technology, the applied science is expanded. Vedas and Agamas, the Veda Agamas are given the status of Shruti as they are directly revealed by Parameshwara. They are the ultimate, eternal, unchangeable truths. A reference cited from these Shastras or source scriptures is called the Shastra Pramana. Now, let us get ready to witness a very exciting demonstration of the power of third eye. Now, we'll be looking more into the third eye and the Pramanas relating to third eye. So, we'll be starting off with the Shastra Pramana, the scriptural reference for this power of third eye is, yes, Kapalantar Manonyasa Tishtanmilitalochanaha Kramena Manasodhadyat Lakshaye Lakshamuttamam. And the translation goes, by fixing the mind on the inner space within the crown center and sitting stably without any movement, having the eyes closed in succession, by that stability of the mind in inner space, through the power of the third eye, One directly sees the ultimate goal, Lakshyam, by having the vision beyond the sight that reveals any object or place attaining the space of oneness with Source, Paramshiva. The next is the Apta Pramana, where Krishna himself initiates Arjuna into the power of third eye to receive the Vishwarupa of Krishna himself. And it goes, Natu mam shakyase drishtum anainaiva swachakshushaha divyam dadami te chakshuhu pashyame yogamaishwaram. And Bhagavan Krishna says to Arjuna, but you cannot see my cosmic form with these physical eyes of yours. Therefore, I grant you divine third eye. Behold my cosmic opulence. In the Hindu Purana, Bhagavad Gita, Bhagavan Krishna initiates Arjuna into the power of third eye to behold Krishna's Vishwarupa Darshan, the vision of his cosmic form. The 11th chapter of Bhagavad Gita, which contains a description of Bhagavan Krishna's cosmic form, is completely narrated by Arjuna as he sees Bhagavan Krishna through the third eye. With this, we'll be moving on to the Atma Pramana and we'll be hearing from the supreme point of Hinduism himself on his personal experience of when his third eye awakened completely.
Inside and outside broke. The first experience is that I was able to see everything around me, above me, the whole 360 degree, 10 direction, below me, everything. I realized not only I was able to see, I was able to feel, experience. I felt that the skin of the stone on rock on which I was sitting and the skin of this body both carry me equally. In both I exist equally. The setting sun, rising moon, the whole Arunachala hill, all the plants, bush, shrubs, trees, everything just became so alive. The idea, something is inside.
The next is the Pratyaksha Pramana, the scientific evidence from the observation and from the scientific experimentations. Here you can see a photograph of Swamiji, who he is actually getting done the positron emission tomography, where it reads the brain's activity. And after they had done this particular experiment, the results showed when doing daily activities, high activity is measured in the brain where third eye is located, and when in deep samadhi state, only third eye region is active and almost 90% of the rest of the brain is at peace. So this is the Pratyaksha Pramana for the power of third eye. We'll be moving on to the Sakshi Pramana, which is the experiments and results of the extraordinary manifestations happening through the initiated disciples of the Supreme Point of Hinduism. And you will be witnessing this very shortly because we have the Balasins ready to demonstrate this power for us. And you will be the Sakshi Pramana and you will see the manifestation happening through you just after the end of this program. So this rare sacred science of third eye awakening is being made available to humanity for their ultimate enrichment and conscious evolution by the Supreme Point of Hinduism, Jagat Guru Mahasannidhanam, His Divine Holiness Bhagavan Nithyananda Parameshwar. As a living incarnation of Parameshwar, the Supreme Point of Hinduism embodies the most profound yogic states that surpass all bounds of time, space, and matter. The Supreme Point of Hinduism is gifting this pure, great science of third eye awakening, along with many other spiritual sciences through initiation, which is Diksha, and millions of people have been initiated by the Supreme Point of Hinduism and are experiencing this profound results as an extraordinary power in their everyday life. And understand by the end of today's program, you will be manifesting the power of blindfold reading and scanning the thought currents, and you will understand that life will be completely different from now on, because you will be seeing life with an entire different perspective. Now, let us witness the live Sakshi Pramana, which is about to happen. We have Nithya Yoga Pranananda as well as Nithya Vrijananda, who are waiting eagerly to demonstrate the power of blindfold reading. Meanwhile, we request all the viewers to go ahead and post your comments on Kailasa's SPH Nithyananda YouTube channel. Go ahead and you can write what you want. You can go ahead and post emojis. And Mahavirja is going to be doing a live reading of the comments that are going to be pouring in on Kailasa's SPH Nithyananda YouTube channel. So if all the viewers who are watching us on any platform, in every platform, please go on to YouTube right now and have this power manifestation happen to you. Because when you go ahead and post a question or a comment, you will understand the authenticity of this power. And I'm sure all of you will be completely excited and manifesting this power after you see it happen. And another thing that I would like to share before we get on with this extraordinary manifestation of the third eye power, understand when we are there, right in front of Devi, we mirror her neurons, her cognitions, her powers, her characteristics, her Akshaya Guna. We mirror just Devi. So that's why Bhava Samadhi Darshans was such rare. It was so common in Hinduism, and over the heavy persecution that happened on Hinduism, that particular science was lost. Swamiji is beautifully reviving it back by giving us so many back-to-back Bhava Samadhi Darshans: Krishna, Devi, Venkateshwara, Parameshwara, Nataraja. He's given so many Bhava Samadhi Darshans, and understand whoever witnessed these Bhava Samadhi Darshans, understand you have their component. There is one part of you related to Nataraja, Krishna, Devi, and they are actually right now in you as initiations, and that is what will help you manifest all these 463 plus beautiful powers of Parameshwara himself. So now we'll be moving to a short break before the extraordinary demonstration of the third eye. So yes. Yes, so we have the Balasins, Nithya Yoga Pranananda and Mahavirja, who are eagerly waiting to demonstrate this power for us. And before we move on, we're going to be entering into a short break. Yes, so we have Ma Yoga Prana and Ma Virja with us here today. Nithyananda Ma, would you like to please go ahead with the demonstration of the powers?
Yes. Thank you so much, Maniti Jeshananda and Maniti Vijayeshananda, for that beautiful introduction of third eye. So now we'll be witnessing this power right in front of your eyes. All of you will be witnessing how this power is manifested.
We apologize for the technical glitch. We'll be back with all of you in within a few moments. So we request all of you again to go ahead to the YouTube channel of Kailasa SPH Nithyananda. Get your friends and families, get everyone to witness this power manifestation happen. So the mirroring of neurons can happen. And by the end of this program, you yourself will be manifesting this power, and you will have that feeling of having that superconscious breakthrough to be able to manifest these powers. So please take this time to go ahead, call your friends, share this video, and you can have everyone attending. We have many more powers to come. Meanwhile, while we get our technical issues fixed, we can share a small experience on witnessing these third eye blindfold readings happen. I'm sure all of you will be shocked, because when I first saw this power manifest, I was beyond mind blown, because it was completely foolproof. They had an eye band that was literally tested, and it was scientifically tested, sorry, and there was no source of light entering, because I had placed the eye band on myself before putting it on the Balas and was manifesting. And just so easily, she was able to read everything on dot. And even when I took the eye band off and I went to a distance, she was finding it hard to read with the two physical eyes. But once you put on the blindfold, it was much more easier, because no matter how far you went, she was just continuing to read. And I think that was the time when everything in me broke about this power manifestation. What I perceived as it to be only something that superheroes in movies could have it as a power, I never ever thought that it could be somebody as ordinary as me will be able to manifest these amazing powers. See, but that's the whole thing, right? Swamiji beautifully says in the satsang that I'm not here to prove that I am God, but I'm here to prove that you are God. Because we are carrying such low self-image about ourselves after the persecution has happened on Hinduism particularly. Because we have gone through enough, and people hurting us, and so many things happened personally to Hindus. We started getting so used to this low self-image, and we are holding on to it so dearly. And hence, we have forgotten what a powerful and rich lifestyle we all led at one point of time. So, Swamiji is just beautifully revealing all of that in satsang. That's why we are not able to resonate with him firsthand. We're like, we cannot manifest his powers. You're an avatar, so you can. But no, Swamiji says that no, he's just initiating us, more like helping us remember who we truly are, helping us understand our true potential, and it's not just us being in the mere human frequency, but we are elevated to a higher divine frequency. Hence, we live a powerful life. Swamiji beautifully said that in Hinduism, all the people who practice Hinduism lived a very self-sufficient and rich life. Power manifestation was so easy. Right now, we think that we cannot manifest powers, and the only ones who can manifest are the comic characters and the movie actors. Yes, only those people can manifest. But no, Swamiji has broken that whole thing, debunked it by initiating all of us into the power of third eye, and we're able to manifest these powers effortlessly by just connecting with Swamiji. And yes, we'll be moving on to the next segment, and that is the extraordinary power manifestation of third eye. And before that, we'll be entering into a short break, and then we'll continue. Sorry for the technical glitch. Now we'll be moving on forward. Due to the interest of time, we'll be moving on to the next power. We can see a lot of people are requesting for body scans on the YouTube. So we'll be manifesting the power of body scanning. And before that, we like to present the pramanas for the power of body scanning. And in the meantime, I request all of you who have joined us in this platform for the power manifestation segment to go ahead and type down if you want a body scanning, because we'll be manifesting the power of body scanning. So with that, yes, the power of body scanning. In this power of body scanning, one awakens to the ability to scan illnesses, diseases, medically diagnosed issues, and provide solutions to the awakened paradise. And now we'll be moving on to the Shastra Pramana, the scriptural reference to manifest the power of body scanning. And this is directly revealed by Parashakti himself. And it goes, Svadehe Jagato Bapi Sukshma Sukshma Tarani Cha Tatvani Yani Nilayam Dhyantvante Vyadyate Para. And the translation goes, cognize deeply that from the subtle to the subtlest constitutive principles of the whole body, Svadeha, or of the whole universe, simultaneously consist of the essential reality. They are being absorbed in their source cause, Paramishka. By the experience of such restful awareness, one becomes complete from all thoughts, and the ultimate universal divine power, Para Devi, Adi Shakti, is revealed, and the supreme power of body scanning manifestation happens. The next is the Apti Pramana, the life of a Siddha. It is the experience that this Siddha had by manifesting the power of body scanning. So Terayar was a Siddha and one of the prominent disciples of Agatya. One day, a man suffering from severe headache comes to Agatya for healing. Agatya uses the power of body scanning and identifies the root cause of the headache. He reveals that there is a small terai, a type of frog, sitting in the person's brain. Agatya immediately instructs Terayar, his disciple, to perform an open head surgery and remove the frog. After the surgery is completed successfully, the person is healed and cured of the headache. Thus, he gained the name Terayar. So beautiful. Here itself, you can see how this Siddha just completely went only for the power manifestation. And yes, so we'll be moving forward due to the interest of time. Now we'll be looking at the Atma Pramana, which is a personal account from the life of the Supreme Point of Hinduism. On the 22nd December 2019, the Supreme Point of Hinduism revealed, paraphrasing, how he had used the power of body scanning. Paraphrasing his words, only when I had a multiple compound hand fracture, I was forced to go for surgery, and therefore the medical checkups related to that. At that time, they detected heavy metal quantity in my different organs. It was revealed that I had been poisoned without our knowledge. I immediately used diagnostic methods instead of medical facilities to study the body conditioning. I immediately used diagnostic methods instead of medical facilities to study the body condition due to the poisoning. Through body scanning, I found out what the problems, imbalances had happened and where the balances has to be done. I used allopathy as my second opinion to verify my findings. And understand, when you can manifest the power of body scanning, the first person you go to find out any bodily problems you have is yourself. You just close your eyes, connect with Paramashiva, and you'll be able to manifest this power. You'll be able to get a complete diagnostic report from the third eye saying what is happening and where the loophole is and what needs to be done. And the best thing about the third eye is it not only gives you the problem, but also gives you the solution to the problem, find the root cause of that problem. The next is the Sakshi Pramana, the experiences and results from the extraordinary manifestation that happens to the initiated disciples of the Supreme Point of Hinduism. Here you can see a few comments where they have successfully manifested the power of body scanning. And understand, if anybody here wants to manifest the power of body scanning, join the Paramashvam Level 2 program and understand this program is tailored for manifesting, for completing, and this has been tailored into a 16-day program where they reveal all the sciences and the teachings revealed by the Supreme Point of Hinduism to realize that you are divine. And one of the addition to this program is the power manifestation sessions and how you can manifest these beautiful powers. So anybody who's interested can go ahead and sign up for this program. And with this, we have the Nithyananda yogis and the Balasins ready to demonstrate this power. We see a lot of requests on the Kailasa SPS Nithyananda YouTube channel. So go ahead and keep on posting your requests with asking for a body scan. And if you want a body scan for a person who is your friend or a family member, make sure you get their permission beforehand. This is for our integrity, so we get permission to scan their body. And also go ahead and make sure that if you're under an alias name on YouTube, please mention your legal name, as it is a requirement for the authenticity of this power from your side also. So with this being said, we would like to move on to a short break before we manifest the power of body scan.
Yes. Thank you so much, Nithyananda and Vijayeshananda, for the beautiful introduction to the power of body scanning. That was very beautiful. So now all of you will be witnessing this power of body scanning live in front of your eyes. Along with me, I have Manitya Brahmayogananda, Ma Soni, Manitya Mahavidyananda, and myself, who will be manifesting this extraordinary power of body scanning in front of all of your eyes right now, live. So I request all of you to start posting your comments in the Kailasa's SPH Nithyananda YouTube channel. All of you can post your comments and requests for body scanning. You can also call your family members and friends for this extraordinary power, to witness this extraordinary power. You can also request body scanning for your family and friends, but please do get their permission, as it is a requirement and as it is our integrity to get the permission of the person before scanning their body. So I request all of you to start posting your comments. The Balasins and the Nithyananda yogis are eagerly waiting to manifest this power for all of you today. Yes, all of you can post your comments and request for a body scanning. And Paramashiva himself will scan through the third eye and reveal what is the problem in your body and what solution you can use and for you to be completely healed out of this problem. You can get a very tailored answer just for yourself, a tailored solution just for you to be able to completely heal yourself from any problems you're facing or any problems you're going through. So I request all of you to continue posting your comments. Nityanandam Shanti Rajmanikama. If you would like a body scanning, you can post a message in the chat and we'll be doing the body scanning. Anybody else who wants a body scanning, please request and we'll definitely be doing a body scanning for all of you. Okay, so till then, let me explain how the power of body scanning works. So, any problem you have, any problem you're facing, cough, cold, anything, you'll go to the doctor, and the doctor will diagnose you with the problem. Okay, you have fever, you have this disease, whatever. The doctor will diagnose you with the problem and give you a solution. But the one thing which the doctor can do is tell the root cause of the problem. Why the problem started in your body? Why is it there in the first place? That is the one thing which the doctor cannot tell. Because our body is so mysterious that even a small stomach pain or head pain or any disease we have in our body can be related to something in our past life, or something in our, some incompletion from our childhood, or some cognition of ours, or some incompletion of us. Our body is so mysterious that any incompletion, any root patterns, anything which you are holding on to will also manifest as body problems. And of course, the doctor will not know that. The difference between a body scanning and going to a doctor is this. The body scanning, when a Balasant or the Nithyananda yogi does a body scanning for you, Paramashiva reveals what is the root cause of the problem, why the problem started in your body, whether it is an incompletion, root pattern you're holding on to from childhood, or anything, whatever it may be. Paramashiva will reveal the root cause of the problem. Or it might even be a simple cognition, but that will cause a whole problem. So, Paramashiva will reveal that and reveal a solution for you to heal that cognition, that incompletion, that root pattern, or it can even be a body problem, that body problem of yours. So every time, any person, it is never the same for two people. It is always different, and it is a very tailored answer for each person. Each person gets a separate and a specific answer for them, because that is what Paramashiva has revealed for them. So this is the speciality of the power of body scanning. Shilpa Shri TN has posted, Nithyanandam, scan my body, ma, I am online. Yes, thank you so much for posting. So, Ma Brahmayanga, you can do the body scanning for Ma Shilpa Shri. Shanti Rajmanikam has posted, Nithyanandam, ma, my man Shashitaran Bhaskaran is having skin irritation very frequently. Please help to scan him, ma. I got his permission. Thank you. Yes. So, Ma Soni, you can do the body scanning for Ma Shanti Rajmanikam's son, Shashitaran Bhaskaran Ayya. You can do the body scanning. Okay. Gauri Tangavel has posted, please scan for my leg pain and heal. So, Ma Mahavidya, you can do the body scanning for Gauri Tangavel. Yes, then you can go ahead.
Nithyanandam, I did the body scanning for Shanti Rajmanikam, Ma's son. Ma Parameshwar revealed that your son is having skin irritation because he's not having healthy food like vegetables, green vegetables. So Parameshwar revealed that make him eat veggies and put neem paste on his skin. He will be completely healed in 1 week, ma.
Yes, it is beautiful, a very beautiful solution. So, Ma Shanti Rajmanikam, I request you to get back.
So I'm done with the body scanning for Shilpa Shri TN, and Ma Shilpa Shri, Parameshwar revealed to me that you're having muscle cramps in your stomach, and you're having a lot of food which is not digested, a lot of stored food, like at least for the past day or two, all the food is still stored in your stomach. So for your muscle cramps, every day in the morning you should start doing yoga, especially you should start doing like exercises which stretch your whole muscle area, like back bending, and like all the stretches you should start doing. And also for your for the undigested food in your stomach, you have to take 1 mouth of castor oil every day after yoga, and immediately after that you should have 1 more mouth of neem leaves, around 5 to 6 neem leaves you should chew immediately after having castor oil. And this will work, and in about a week's time all your stomach will become all right and all the food will start digesting.
Okay. Yes.
So Gauri Thangavelaya, this is a body scan for you. Your request was to scan for your leg pain and heal it. Yeah, Paramashiva is really showing that first the cause of the leg pain is a muscle cramp. What has happened is a couple of days ago you were carrying like a box and trying to put it on the loft of your apartment. You were just standing on a stool, so the right leg has pulled, and that's what's causing the pain. Paramashiva is also showing the way to heal it. You have to do two things. One, take your right hand and hold it, like place the palm area where exactly you're feeling pain. Hold it and chant the Mahavakya for a few times. So this is like completely giving attention and healing and spiritual healing your leg. So think of Swamiji, remember him in your Ananda Gandha, hold that part that is hurting, chant the Mahavakya and heal that. And then also another thing that Swamiji is showing is you need to stretch that muscle now. So what you need to do is a specific asana. So you just stretch your legs out and as just how we are sitting, but have your legs stretched out and then bend towards your toes. As you do that, the portion of your muscle which needs to heal will stretch a little bit. For a second, it may feel like it's paining, but it will actually heal it. It'll just stretch it and align it. So this will immediately heal your pain and pull layer.
Yes, that was a beautiful solution. And as all of you saw, when Ma Mahavitya did the scanning, she was even able to see the incident of why how the muscle pull happened. She was able to see that Aya was putting a box on top. She was able to even see the incident of how this is happening. So that is the speciality of the third eye. The third eye can reveal in so much of detail, even to the incident of how it happened, where it happened, when it happened, so much. So Ma Sumi Murali has posted, please scan my father. He's serious, Ma. My brother is scared how to handle. He doesn't have insurance worry in US and he is alone. Couldn't bring to India. So yes, Ma, Sumi Murali, Ma, we will definitely be doing a body scanning for your father. You have also gotten back telling you have gotten the permission. So, Ma Mahavidya, you can do the body scanning for Sumi Murali's father. Shanti Rajmanikam has posted, Nithyananda, Ma, my daughter-in-law, Pavitra Padmanathan, is having hypothyroid problem. Please help to scan her. Thank you, Ma. And she has also gotten back telling she got her daughter-in-law's permission. So, Ma Brahma Yoga, you can do the body scanning for Ma Pavitra. Ma Shilpashri has gotten back telling, great, thank you, Ma. Yes, Ma, just follow the solution which Paramashiva has revealed. You will be completely healed. And Ma Shilpashri, I would like you also to get back and share whether you were able to relate with the scanning. So, whether you were able to relate and yes, and Ma Shanti also, I request you to get back and share whether you were able to relate with the scanning.
Yes, I'm done with the body scanning for Ma Shanti Rajamanikam's daughter-in-law, Pavitra. So, Ma Parameshwar revealed that for your daughter-in-law's hypothyroid problem, every day she should do the Prathama Vijnasa Krama and she should start at sharp 4 o'clock, which is the Brahma Muhurta time. And after that, and also she should do the Nirahara Samyama, which is being only on liquids. And even though she's only on liquids, she should try to avoid all liquids as much as possible except water. She can have other liquids, but she should try to avoid it as much as possible. And otherwise, she should do the Nirahara Samyama and the Prathama Vijnasa Krama, which is the 108 asana sequence, the Nithyananda Yoga, every day at sharp 4 o'clock. And if she does this, you'll see that in about a month's time, she'll be completely healed from hypothyroid.
Yes, that was a beautiful scanning for Ma Shanti Rajmanikam's daughter-in-law, Ma Pavitra. So I request you to get back, Ma Shanti, Ma Shilpashri. I request all of you to get back and share whether you were able to relate with the scanning and whatever Paramashiva has revealed about your body. Yes.
So, Ma Sumi Murali, just did a body scan for your father, Ma, and Swamiji is showing that basically your father is having prostate cancer and he's undergoing treatment, and also Swamiji is revealing that healing has started. One other thing is, please continue. You can tell your brother to please continue the doctor's treatment. That diagnostics that the doctor is giving right now for your father to undergo surgery has to continue. And please tell your father. I think this was revealed in a previous scan also, that please tell your father to continuously meditate on Swamiji's Paramashiva form and Ajapa Japa of
Yes.
the Mahavakya. So Om Nithyananda Paramashiva.
Yes, so this is a scanning from our Sumi Murali's father. Yes, yes, ma. So I request you also to get back and just surrender to Paramashiva, ma. Surrender to Swamiji. Swamiji will completely take care of your father. I can see that from past few days, continuously you've been really worried about your father's condition. Just relax and surrender to Paramashiva. He is there and he will take care of your father completely, ma. And next time Devi Parashakti comes live, you can post a request to Devi Parashakti and Devi Parashakti will directly heal your father. He will be completely healed, ma. Don't even have a second thought, he will be completely healed. So just surrender all your worries, fear at your at Swamiji's feet and continue to support your father. He will be completely healed, ma. Yes. And Ma Shanti Rajamanikam has gotten back telling, thank you so much, Ma. We'll definitely follow Paramashiva's path. Shilpa Shri Ma has gotten back telling, 3 days before I wasn't digested properly. I took castor oil but have to take neem leaves. Instead of neem leaves, I'm taking neem powder with water. And please check why my body weight is more altogether. I eat less and pure vegetarian. Yes, Ma Shilpa Shri, we'll surely be doing the body scanning, but right now, due to the interest of time, we have to conclude this power manifestation session. But surely you can join back tomorrow. You can join back every day at 2 a.m. IST and 4 p.m. IST, and you can get the body scanning, and you can even call your family members and friends for this body scanning being done by the Balasans and the Nithyananda Yogis. With this, we would like to conclude this power manifestation segment. We thank all of you for joining us in this segment, and please do join back. Please join back with your family and friends next time so they can also witness this power and get a body scanning. Please stay tuned for the upcoming segments. Thank you, Nithyananda.
Nithyananda Paramashivoham. Om 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 Nithyananda Paramashivoham.
Yes, Nithyananda, everyone. Welcome back. So we'll be moving on to the next segment of the program. Yes. So we'll be understanding more about Parashakti and what are Akashic readings. So how the Divine Cosmic Mother is attending to each one of us just by her darshan, her grace. So let us now understand about the Parashakti. So we will now be invoking Parashakti by chanting the Lalita Sahasranama. Sorry for the technical glitch.
Nithyananda Paramashivoham Om 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 Nithyananda Paramashivoham
Yes, Nithyananda, welcome back. So we will now invoke Parashakti by chanting the Dhyana Shloka from Lalita Sahasranama. Sinduraruna Vigraham Trinayana Manikya Mauli Spurat Taranayaka Shekaram Smitamuki Mapina Bakshoruham Panibhyamalipurna Ratna Chasakam Raktotpalam Bibhratim Saumyam Ratna Gatastha Rakta Charanam Dhyayet Paramambikam.
Yes, and I'll now be chanting the English translation. The Divine Mother is to be meditated upon and as shining in vermilion, red body with triple eyes sporting a crown of rubies, studded with the crescent moon, a face all smiles, a splendid bust, one hand holding the jeweled cup, brimming with mead, and the other twirling a red lotus.
Yes. So we will now be moving on to the next sloka. Arunam Karunatarangitakshim Dhrutapashankusha Pushpabana Chapam Animadibhiravrutam Mayukai Rahamityeva Vibhavaye Bhavanim.
And the English translation. I meditate on the great Empress. She is red in color and her eyes are full of compassion. She holds the noose, the bow, the goad, the arrow, and the flowery arrow in her hands. She is surrounded on all sides by powers such as anima for rays, and she is the self within me.
Yes. So Devi is the ultimate pure feminine consciousness. Parashakti is the cosmic mother. It is her cosmic womb from which billions and billions of universes comes out and goes in. The source where the Big Bang and black holes go on. And Parashakti is the source Shakti, the source energy, the source power from which all of us came, in which all of us are even now, and in which all of us are going to merge.
And out of her extreme love and compassion, Parashakti herself is manifesting through the embodied form as the Nija Avatara of the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, Jagat Guru Mahasanidanam, His Divine Holiness, Bhagavan Nithyananda Paramashivam, gracing us, answering all of our questions, attending to our prayers, giving boons, healing us, revealing our past, present, and future, delivering profound spiritual truths, and ultimately giving us the experience of Paramashivoham itself.
Yes. So in the words of Parashakti herself, she has revealed, saying, raising as Omkara, expressing as Vedas and Agamas, blossomed as Hrimkara, filled as Parashodasi, living in 40 triangles. The Kailasa Swamini, who is in Kailasa, Sri Purachintamani, Parashodasi, sitting as a part of Paramashiva, Parameshwari, who rules the world, Paramashakti, Manonmani, Meenakshi, as Nithyananda, I took the Nijavatara here. To give good boon to everyone, to bestow all goodness. Hiranyagarbha Swarupini, Brahmanda Yoni, Shami, Chandramauli, Rapala, Aparna, Uma Parvati, Savitri, Navayavana, Samraja Lakshmi, Parameshwari, Parashodasi, Meenakshi, taking the form of Nithyananda, I came here as Nija Avatara. With great compassion, I am blessing people. To do good to all of you, I took the form of Nithyananda and came down as Nija Avatara.
Raising in Omkara, blossoming as Shiva, Shiva manifesting as a source of existence, powers of existence, expression of existence. From the oneness of Om, blossoming into as Prakriti and Purusha, blossoming as three Shaktis, Icha, Kriya, Jnana Shakti, growing as the four Vedas, expanding as five Panchabhutas, beyond the six chakras, filled as the Gotras of the seven Rishis, expanding as the directions, as the 8 directions, existing as 9 grahas, blossoming as 10 indriyas, being as 11 rudras, creating all the worlds, bringing to life, to tell and make truth blossom, and to do good, Parashodasi, Meenakshi, in every form of Nithyananda, I came to bless every one of you.
Yes. So how do we receive Devi Parashakti? Very traditionally. So literally when you're having the darshan of Paramashiva and Parashakti at that moment. So she's there in your screen. So always receive her very traditionally. So keep 2 betel leaf, 1 banana, 1 betel nut, and 1 coin right in front of the screen. And that coin is the traditional dakshina. So in Hindu tradition, it can be of any lowest value. So it can be even 1 paise in Indian money, and it can be even 1 cent in US dollars.
And you can offer that to Devi. And after the darshan is over, do namaskaram and take the banana, eat the banana, betel leaf, and the betel nut. And you can take that as prasadam immediately. And then collect all the coins, and you can give and send it to the Los Angeles Nithyanandeshwara Hindu Temple. And this betel leaf, the betel nut may all look really small, really trivial to you at this moment. But in a few days, you will see how much it adds to your sentiment. And you'll see, really, you'll understand that Parashakti has manifested is really there in your screen. And you will not take Devi Darshan for granted. The rituals will break your monotonous, unconscious mentality and lifestyle and remind you and raise you to the powerful cognitions. It will break your unconscious behavior.
Yes, this is how we need to be setting up the tambulam with a plate with 2 betel leaves, 1 banana, betel nut, and a coin.
Yes, so now we'll be moving on to the next segment. How the Akashic records can make a breakthrough in your life. The Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism is making available the Akashic records. So what are the Akashic records? How do they work? And how will they manifest breakthrough in your life? I'm sure for the last half an hour, for the last more than 1 hour of the program, you have been hearing continuously how the Akashic records will make you manifest anything that you want, make you manifest wealth, health, and you might not even be believing it. But we'd like to explain to you what are the Akashic records and how exactly the science makes this manifest, makes the breakthrough manifest in your life. So first of all, Akashic records are created in the dimension of space. Whatever has happened in the whole universe is recorded there as a file. And we must first understand the fundamental rule. Nothing can be destroyed. Please understand that all of your actions, your thoughts, plans, emotions, words, none of it can be destroyed. And the Akashic records are the cosmic archives and of everything that has happened, happening, and will happen.
Yes. So Akashic records are the verbal, the visual, the five-dimensional document, and whatever is happening is continuously getting recorded. So all the information you collected from all your births is in your DNA. You can access some of them just to understand and not to waste the time doing the same actions again and again.
Now, many of you might have gone outside or gone to different kinds of sources to get a prediction made, or you want your horoscope read. But please understand that the Akashic reading is not a prediction. It is a reading from the cosmic archives. There's no such thing as past, present, and future. Beyond space, creation and destruction happen simultaneously. In the dimension of time starts past, present, and future. But in the Akashic records, there is no past, no present, and no future. That is why what you call as happened, happening, and yet to happen are already clearly recorded.
Yes. So in Swamiji's own words, nobody has a right to comment on these readings. Nobody has a right to manipulate these readings. Nobody has a right to interpret on these readings because they are complete and to themselves. For anybody to live in tune with the cosmos, the Jivan Mukti, living enlightenment, it does not read any special practice other than listening to these great readings again and again. So when you listen to these great readings, naturally, your negative logic is penetrated, it is broken, and these great roots, they settle in your inner space and they make you live enlightenment.
As avatar of Paramashiva, the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism has graced humanity with the blessings and darshan in the form of Devi Parashakti, revealing answers to questions, to the yearning of seekers as solutions, breakthroughs, liberating humanity from pain and suffering. And any answer given by Devi Parashakti is not just an answer, but a karmic breakthrough for the receiver.
Yes, now we'll enter into the Shastra Pramana, scriptural reference to manifest the power of Akashic records from the Vijnana Bhairava Tantra, Dharana 61, Sutra 84. Akasham vimalam pashyan kritva drishtim nirantara shabdhatma tatshana devi bhairavam vapurapnuyat.
Bhagavan Paramashiva says, looking at the spotless, infinite, etheric space, Akasha, beyond the sky and clouds, one should read from one's third eye without blinking continuously and make the body and space motionless. In that very moment, O Devi, one attains the nature and powers of infinite space, Bhairava.
Next is the Apta Pramana, the reference from the Hindu Purana Mahabharata, which narrates the story of a great sage Maitreya who reveals the secrets to Vidura, the story of his birth in the human form, and reasons for all his suffering. Sage Maitreya accessed the Akashic records and told Vidura that he was not an ordinary man, but in fact an incarnation of Yamaraja, the Lord of Death. So he had to play this part of so-called Sudra for 100 years because he was cursed by a Muni called Manduka Muni.
Now, the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism has beautifully described, revealed the reason why you would want to access the Akashic records. Now understand that all of the information you've collected from all of your births is in your DNA. And everything from the time that you are an amoeba until after thousands of human births until today, you have all that information inside of your DNA, inside of you. Now, if you had something where you needed to break a pattern that you have been long struggling with, wouldn't you want to access your DNA and understand how you came to be about, how this pattern came to be about, and how you can break it? What is the source of it? If you just knew that, then everything could just be broken in an instant, and you can make sure that you have the breakthrough in your life. Just like that, the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism says that just to understand and not do the same actions again and again, we can access the DNA code and understand and ultimately break the binding cognitions that are stopping us from living the reality that we want to live, and break the default future, bringing an end to binding cognitions, known and unknown suffering, and helping you to experience enlightenment. Paramashivoham.
So as you have seen, the demonstration of the powers of third eye by the Balasans. So the initiated Balasans can view the Akashic records, but only an avatar can alter, can edit, can upgrade and change the Akashic records. So that is why during the darshan, the Supreme Pontiff literally upgrades the Akashic records as per our own prayers.
Now, the benefits and what you can get from the Akashic reading is absolutely innumerable and countless. And it's just immeasurable how the transformation will happen in you after you have the blessings and grace of Devi Parashakti. But in summary, what you can ask and what you can receive from Devi Parashakti is the most accurate and unbiased answer to any question about your life, destiny, purpose, or even any everyday part of your life. You can be spiritually healed of physical and emotional problems with just one look or a word. You can understand the reason behind your life's happenings, receive blessings to fulfill your right desires, and get the clarity to redesign your future.
Yes, now we'll be moving on to the next segment of this program.
Yes, so the offerings to Devi Parashakti is the next segment. In these offerings, we really understand and deepen our connection to Devi Parashakti, helping us manifest our ultimate reality. In Sanatana Hindu Dharma, this is a sacred science of rituals and sevas. You have to understand that our ancient rishis are much like how in the Western world, the engineers and the scientists are making forward advanced technology for the whole world. In the Vedic civilization, the rishis were our scientists for the research and development of the inner space and of the inner world, and how to manifest anything that you want just through the powers of consciousness. So in this science, in these rituals and sevas, exactly what you want to manifest in your life happens through the offerings of rituals and sevas and the blessing of complete completion from Devi Parashakti. So before that, now that we have understood about the Akashic reading, we'll understand how we can ask our questions. I'm sure many of you are wondering, now, okay, I understand all about Akashic readings, but how can I ask my question to Devi Parashakti? How can I get this out of this whole program? Now, first of all, on YouTube, you can go to YouTube and make sure that you are a member of Kailasa's SPH Nithyananda YouTube channel. And there are, of course, various benefits of becoming a member, and it's literally a life-transforming process after you have access to more than 7,000 videos and daily live stream events and the continuous celebration from Kailasa. So make sure that you are a member of Kailasa's SPH Nithyananda YouTube channel. And then after that, during the live Bhava Samadhi Darshan, when you want to ask your question to Devi Parashakti, when you want to request your prayer and your boon, your sincere request to Devi Parashakti, you can go to the comment section in the super chat of the YouTube live video in the live chat and ask your question. It's a very straightforward process. Just become a member and you'll be able to ask your question. In the next platform we have is Facebook. On Facebook, if you're not already, make sure that you are liking and following Kailasa's SPH JGM Nithyananda Paramashivam Facebook page. It is your one-stop, your source for all of the different live events, the different announcements, the different celebrations that are continuously going on in Kailasa. So make sure that you are liking and following the Kailasa's official page of the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism on Facebook. And then if you'd like to ask your question through Facebook, go to the live video during the live Bhava Samadhi Darshan and ask your question in the comment section of that live video. So also another very straightforward process that you can do upon the start of the live darshan. So the next platform is Twitter. If you are a frequent user of Twitter and you want to ask your question, you want to request to Devi your prayer on Twitter, you can also go to @Sri Nithyananda, which is the official handle of the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism. And you can ask your questions in the reply section of the tweet, the live tweet of the live feed. And you can use the hashtag #AskTheAvatar. So once again, you can follow @Sri Nithyananda, the official handle, and ask your question as a reply tweet to the live feed of the program. So after that, we have Instagram. The first step, of course, is to follow Sri Nithyananda on Instagram, the official Instagram platform or handle of the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism. And during the live Bhava Samadhi Darshan, there will be a post on Instagram where you can ask your questions in the comments. And you can also use the hashtag #AskTheAvatar in the comments as well, so that you can, during the live Akashic reading. And also the last option that we have, if you are not a frequent user of the social media and you're not very privy with social media, then simply you can go to kailasa.org and ask your question through the WhatsApp widget that we have available. In the left-hand corner of the website, you will see the WhatsApp widget, and you can send your message to have the blessings of Devi Parashakti on WhatsApp. So, and if you don't have WhatsApp, you can also use the live chat option on kailasa.org. So these are all the different ways that you can ask your question during the live Bhava Samadhi Darshan. Make sure that you keep note and that you are doing this once there is the live Bhava Samadhi Darshan. Now we'll be moving on to the next segment, the offerings that we can do to Devi Parashakti after a very quick break.
Nithyananda Paramashivoham. Om 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 Nithyananda
We'll now be moving on to the next segment of this program. Yes. So we have been having the direct grace of Parashakti, who has been revealing the various revelations to the world about the COVID-19 pandemic. So let us understand, where are we today? Yes. So out of his extreme compassion and love, the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism is manifesting Devi Parashakti herself and gracing us, answering all our questions, attending to our prayers, giving boons, healing us, revealing our past, our present, future, and delivering profound spiritual truths, and ultimately giving us the experience of Paramashivoham itself.
Today, let us see what Devi Parashakti has revealed about immunity and COVID-19.
So we can see the worldwide statistics for the COVID-19 pandemic, the top 5 worstly affected areas where it has more than 18 million confirmed cases, 40,000 deaths, and 17 million recoveries. So you can see in the graph where there is more than 185 million cases with 4 million deaths. This is covering across United States, India, Brazil, France, and Russia. So this is the statistics of the number of deaths and number of people who are infected with COVID-19, the worstly affected status across the world.
So now let's watch Devi Parashakti's revelations about COVID and immunity.
That's the first priority. Still, you are all not realizing the power of my words when I say Corona is very much out there with the support of decision makers, rulers, people who are supposed to protect all of you. Due to their irresponsibility, it is there and getting more and more strengthened. It is becoming more and more stronger in multiple forms. And all the other diseases which are waiting to attack human bodies, because Corona has made the immunity strength weak in human bodies. Human bodies have lost the strength of immunity power. All the multi-layer after effects and side effects of this pralaya in political situations, economical situations, social situations, mental situations, in every level. Cannot be described. Wait. This year, focus on keeping yourself alive.
So let us reiterate Devi's revelations on the 18th of June 2021. Still, you are not realizing the power of my words when I say Corona is very much out there. With the support of decision makers, rulers, people who are supposed to protect all of you, due to their irresponsibility, it is there and getting more and more strengthened. It is becoming more and more strong in multiple forms, and all other diseases which are waiting to attack the human bodies, because Corona has made the immunity strength weak in human bodies. Human bodies have lost the strength of immunity power. All the multi-layer after effects and side effects of this pralaya in political situations, economic situations, social situations, mental situations, in every level cannot be described. Wait, this year, focus on keeping yourself alive.
Yes, so these are the three main revelations by Parashakti, where Corona has made the immunity strength weak in human bodies. All the other diseases which are waiting to attack the human bodies, and it is becoming more and more stronger in multiple forms.
So Devi revealed on the 18th of June 2021 that Corona has made the immunity strength weak in human bodies. Human bodies have lost the strength of immunity power. So we will look at this revelation today and look at some of the research which has in fact supports what Devi has revealed and proves whatever Devi has revealed is coming true. So in Science Daily, a recent article came out where they studied the coronavirus infection and how it alters the biochemical properties of red and white blood cells. And in some cases, for months, it's the possible explanation for why people are experiencing something called long COVID, where even after recovering from the infection, they are still experiencing symptoms such as fatigue, tiredness, shortness of breath, loss of taste, and many other symptoms, even months after their initial recovery of the infection. And this article was published June 29th, 2021, just 11 days after Devi's revelations.
Yes, so you can see another revelation by Devi Parashakti, which has been validated by the Science Daily. So COVID-19 significantly changes the size and stiffness of the red and white blood cells sometime over months. And these results may help to explain why some affected people continue to complain of symptoms long after infection. So COVID-19, it significantly changes the size and stiffness of the red and white blood cells. So, and patients, they literally struggle with long-term effects of a severe infection by the COVID-2 coronavirus after 6 months or more. So you can see how the immunity is literally devastating in a devastating condition, and how Devi Parashakti had revealed is being validated by the various news articles here.
So let's understand how Corona generally affects the body. As per the Academy of Medical Sciences, the way the body defends against any virus is to recognize and neutralize it. However, as explained in Forbes, the coronavirus actually suppresses the immune system by disrupting the actions of the body's immune cells. So this immunosuppression allows a 2-week incubation period, which gives Corona enough time to attack the body. So exactly as Devi has revealed, that Corona directly affects the immune system. It actually suppresses your immune response. So people are, one, more susceptible to severe COVID infections and have long-term symptoms well after their recovery, and two, because their immune system is suppressed, they are more susceptible to other diseases, which Devi has also revealed.
So this graph shows a typical timeline of how COVID-19 is typically progressing. So, which is in critical 48 hours, what happens, the incubation of the infection, and the first week of onset is a high viral growth, which is the prodromal period. And next is the second week of onset, which has symptoms like dyspnea and acute ARD, which is respiratory distress and ICU admission. And the 72 hours, which has no fever, no more signs, and convalescence. So this is the timeline of COVID-19. It literally typically progresses.
So now let's look at the impact of COVID-19 in comparison to other deadly diseases throughout history, other pandemics that have been have affected humanity. So as you can see, COVID-19 has killed 4 million people nearly, and this is from 2019. This has been a pandemic since 2019. However, if you look at something like HIV/AIDS, which has killed up to 35 million people, this has been around since 1981. So much, much, much longer than COVID. But COVID is slowly, the death rates from COVID are slowly increasing, despite it only being a pandemic for the past 2 years, 1.5 years. However, HIV has been around since the 80s, so almost 40 plus years. This has been affecting humanity, and it's almost, the numbers are getting very, very close, actually, if you can see for yourself, even the plague and other diseases which are not nearly as bad as corona.
You can see the long-term effects of the COVID-19. So further studies done by the University of Oxford, they found that the cells are profoundly impaired after recovering from COVID-19. And the British Society for Immunology has also claimed that the effects of COVID are far beyond respiratory health. So it also affects the cardiovascular and renal systems. So a profound NKT cell impairment is actually seen, and these studies which have been conducted have also been proving this, that there is a very bad immunity depression in the people who are affected by the COVID.
So, as per recent research, the exposure to the disease COVID-19 causes symptoms in multiple organ systems across the body and is not limited to only the lungs and respiratory system as was originally thought. In addition, patients are reporting chronic symptoms such as fatigue, shortness of breath that last for months after their original infection. So now, as Devi revealed, the reason people are experiencing these long-term effects well after the original infection is due to the effect on the immune system and how COVID actually directly affects the immune system and suppresses the immune system. So long COVID can actually affect the lungs, cardiovascular system, circulatory system, and as revealed by Devi, the immune system. And this is termed long COVID. So people who experience symptoms well after their initial onset of an infection and recovery, when they're still experiencing symptoms, it's called long COVID. So it can cause fatigue and inflammation for people.
So here we can see an example of how the lungs can be affected in someone who has suffered with the COVID-19. So in scarred lungs on the right, there are much larger areas of darkness representing parts of the lungs that are having difficulty, which is transporting oxygen to the bloodstream.
So even after contracting corona, your immune system remains weakened and you are more susceptible to other illnesses. This is exactly as per Devi's revelations. So symptoms that can last weeks or months after being infected, first being infected with the coronavirus, is called long COVID, as we explained earlier. And this can have multi-organ effects, which can affect the heart, lungs, kidneys, skin, and brain functions. And this is something many people are experiencing, and symptoms such as tiredness, fatigue, difficulty in thinking or concentrating, headache, loss of smell or taste, dizziness, or dizziness on standing. So these are some of the symptoms affecting people up to 6 months after the initial infection and recovery period.
So Corona has made the three main revelations by Parashakti. It has made the immunity strength weak in human bodies, and all the other diseases which are waiting to attack human bodies, it is becoming more and more stronger in multiple forms.
So let's look at some of the other diseases that are attacking the human body because the strength of the immunity has been weakened due to corona. As many have heard, black fungus, white fungus, and other fungal diseases have been sweeping India and affecting recovered COVID patients. So many patients who have recovered from COVID, who have survived even severe infections, have been affected by black fungus, which is nearly fatal when, especially when you've had a previous COVID coronavirus infection. So as you can see, there have been over 9,000 cases of this rare infection within India itself. And out of 5,424 cases, 454,556 patients have a history of COVID-19. So nearly 90+% of the people have had COVID who are being affected by black fungus and white fungus and other fungal diseases, which is nearly fatal when you've had, I think there's more than a 50% fatality rate when you have previously had a COVID infection. Despite you having recovered from the COVID infection and no longer being infected, people are still experiencing very severe fungal diseases after recovering from COVID. So here are some photos actually of people who have been affected by this fungal disease and how it's eating the skin, eating the brains, as Devi had explained, and how it's affecting so many COVID patients.
Yes, so these are the three main revelations by Parashakti, where she has again and again said Corona has made the immunity strength weak in human bodies. All the other diseases which are waiting to attack human bodies, it is becoming more and more stronger in multiple forms.
So as Devi revealed, Corona is becoming stronger in multiple forms. And as we have already seen and are continuing to see, there are several variants of coronavirus which have been discovered in India, Brazil, South Africa, and UK. And the most recent variant which has been discovered, which is the Delta variant coming out of India, sweeping the nation, and the cause for the second wave, which has devastated the country and left many, many people completely suffering from this coronavirus pandemic.
Yes, so other variants of corona have also recovered, like how you can see the alpha, beta, gamma, and delta variants of the coronavirus. So these viruses, they generally mutate, but in case of COVID, we have seen them become more dominant. So the table, it shows us the variants that have literally swept the world and infecting the people.
So the dangers of these variants was further highlighted when the World Health Organization categorized the Delta variant as the most highly transmissible variant of COVID-19. And this is the variant that has been affecting India the most and has come out of India actually, and it's the cause, as we said earlier, for the second wave. And the World Health Organization has categorized this as a variant of concern, and it said that this World Health Organization said that it continues to observe significantly increased transmissibility. So again, it is a reason for why so many people are again affected by this second wave.
So this small infographic shows us how the variants of this COVID have been affecting the world. And the alpha variant, beta, the gamma, and the delta variant, which is almost reported in all the countries. Like alpha is reported in 173 countries, beta wave is reported in 122 countries, the gamma in 74 countries, and the delta virus is reported in around 104 countries.
And other variants of corona have also recently been discovered. More than 4,500 sequences of the variants have been detected in about 60 countries. And so studies suggest that it is around 60% more transmissible than the alpha variant, which was more contagious than the original variant that came out of China. And secondary attack rates have been known to be between 51 to 67% higher than that of the alpha variant.
Yes, we'll now watch what does Parashakti revealed on the 14th of April 2021.
ஷர்மிளா, கொரோனா ஒழிந்தது. கொரோனாவை வைத்து அரசியலும் அழிவாட்டமும் செய்ய நினைக்கும் மனிதர்களின் சதிராட்டம் முடிய இன்னும் 4 ஆண்டுகளாகும். என் பக்தர்களையும் சீடர்களையும் கைலாய வாசிகளையும் நானே காத்துக் கொள்கின்றேன், நானே காக்கின்றேன். என் பக்தர்களுக்கு ஒரு துயரும் ஒரு துக்கமும் வாராது. ஆனால் உலகின் இந்த கொரோனாவின் சதியாட்டம் முடிய 4 ஆண்டுகள் ஆகும். 2025 தான் அடங்கும். இது சதியாட்டம், மனிதர்களின் சதியாட்டம்.
So the translation of Devi Parashakti's revelations is, Corona is destroyed, but it will take 4 years for the political conspiracies done by humans to end. I will protect my devotees, disciples, and Kailasavasis. No suffering will come for my devotees, but it will take 4 years for the conspiracy of Corona to end. It will come to an end only in 2025. It is a conspiracy, human conspiracy. So we will understand now how this has been coming true exactly.
Yes. So the article below, it highlights the prevalence of the COVID-19 in India. So as per Devi's revelation, we can see from the below article, there is yet more of COVID to come for India. So this article continued to say that if a new variant was discovered, it would spread faster during this third wave. So this article says a possible third wave of COVID-19 may hit its peak October to November this year.
So as per Devi's revelations, we are seeing more and more waves of COVID coming, and we don't necessarily know right now, as per modern science, does not necessarily know when this pandemic will end and when the world will stop being affected by coronavirus. But where can we protect ourselves, or how can we protect ourselves, especially those who are living in India, who are experiencing some of the most severe infections and severe suffering from this corona pandemic? Does anybody have any solution, and how do we protect ourselves during this pandemic?
Yes. So Kailasa is the only place that is safe, and the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism is the only hope to protect yourself and save yourself from all these COVID-19 viruses and the various variants of the viruses that is actually killing the humanity at large across the world. So you can sign up today to join us in Kailasa at kailasa.org/Kailasa-care.
And as you may have heard, the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism is the only being who is making his home available for humanity for this multi-layered quarantine. And multi-layered quarantine is the only way to protect yourself from this pandemic, especially for those who are living in India. There is no place that is safe unless you are able to protect yourself with multi-layered quarantine. And because the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism has opened up the adinams for anyone to come and stay who needs a place for multi-layered quarantine, please take this opportunity to sign up right now and protect yourself, especially if you are living in India and are suffering from this coronavirus pandemic.
So we'll now be moving on to the next segment of the program after a short break.
Nithyananda Paramashivoham Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham.
Hinduism cannot live exclusively as one sampradaya. No. All sampradayas of Hinduism is an ecosystem. So don't keep quiet thinking that if one sampradaya is attacked, only that sampradaya is going to be affected. All of us are ecosystem. I invite all of you to get involved
and enjoy Hinduism by the principle of Dharmo Rakshati Rakshitaha. When you protect Dharma, Dharma protects you.
We will make the whole planet flourish spiritually. The spiritual prosperity will happen to the whole planet. We all have to coexist together.
We get you health. We get you ability to build beautiful relationships in your life. We get you direct spiritual support, and we make sure you become wealthy.
Nithyananda, welcome back to all of the viewers who are joining us. Welcome back if you are joining us this today for the Devi Parashakti Akashic reading program. I hope that all of you are having a very pleasant evening, and across the world, if you are joining us from whichever time zone, all of you are having an extremely exquisite, unique day where not only are we trying to find out and navigate our lives, but also navigate and achieve the ultimate space of our consciousness. And that is ultimately what the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism is guiding us to do. Manifest a powerful space with oneness with Paramashiva, and use that immense energy to navigate and to use the energy of our whole life. So welcome back to this next segment in today's program. The next segment that we are going to be starting is on the offerings that we can provide, that we can offer to Devi Parashakti. Now, how is an offering? What is it actually? What is the significance of the offerings? And how can we benefit? What is the actual transformation that happens inside of us when we do these sevas? All of this is what we're going to be discussing. We're going to be presenting to each and every one of you in the next segment. And before that, I would like to invite all of the viewers who are watching to share this program with everyone whom you think will benefit and whom you think will have a transformation in their lives with this program. You can see so many different people having the transformation that they have really sought after for so many years, just through one glimpse, look, and one word of Devi Parashakti. Now, beginning in April of this year, just a few months back, the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism began manifesting Devi Parashakti through his form, and the divine, compassionate, cosmic mother energy of Devi Parashakti began manifesting with and expressing through the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism. And this was after he conducted a 35-day intense fast that Devi Parashakti herself in the scriptures and the Puranas takes up in order to heal the whole world from impending disease and pandemics. Now, in order to heal the whole world, Devi Parashakti herself takes up the fast, Pachepadini Vratam, and she is then described in the scriptures as Nithyananda Nirahari. And for the whole of humanity to go beyond the suffering, the deadly disease that they were facing at that time, she took up a fast, an intense, prayerful fast, and she had blessed the whole world with her compassion. And just by her dissolving the entire karma, the entire collective negativity, the entire world was healed. In the same way, the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism had had manifested Devi Parashakti and did this 35-day fast, after which he began manifesting the supreme energy of Devi Parashakti and attending to the whole humanity as the embodiment of the Cosmic Mother. Out of our gratitude and out of our pure love and devotion for Devi Parashakti, we can offer these sevas that we will be presenting to you in the next segment, in the following segment. And you can also understand how Devi Parashakti will literally bless just with these sevas, and how in each one of these sevas she is literally manifesting our reality. That is the ultimate truth, that even when we are offering what we think is I and mine, whenever we offer that to Devi Parashakti, she will give whatever she has and whatever she is as I for her and mine for her. And I, of course, being the supreme sovereign ruler of the whole universe, and mine being the entire universe itself to us. She is absolutely compassionate in this way. So yes, I request to go to the next slide. We can start off with the significance of the offering. Now understand that the offerings to Devi Parashakti are entirely a part of the Leela of an incarnation, as he comes down and he is blessing each and every one of us with the divine interaction to be a part, to live and to be a part of his grand Leelas. In the offerings, it is just a pure offering of love, gratitude, worship, and devotion to Devi Parashakti. And in any offering, there's also two parts. One is the offering part, and the other is the acceptance. Every offering, in order to have its full benefit, needs to be accepted by Devi Parashakti. And for many of us, Devi Parashakti has already given us the boons that we wanted, has already manifested in our lives whatever we wanted, just because of her pure grace and compassion, without us doing anything on our side. Of course, there's no need, because as the Cosmic Mother, she is taking care of everything. And that is the beauty of it all. She is literally taking care, literally wiping out all of the griefs, all of the suffering. She is taking care ultimately. But this is the way that you can, out of your gratitude to Devi Parashakti, offer to Devi Parashakti a beautiful way to express your gratitude and have the personal offering, the personal worship to Devi Parashakti. So each and every one of these sevas is perhaps different, beautiful sevas with different significances on how you can offer and have literally Devi Parashakti wear your offering. So these are many of these are the golden jewelries, which when you offer to Devi Parashakti, she will literally be wearing and on her very body. And these are so many beautiful offerings that you can offer as your personal expression of love and gratitude. Especially if you already know Devi Parashakti has already taken care of me. She's already given me what I wanted in my life. I just want to offer something that out of my pure love and gratitude to her. And that is ultimately what the purpose of this next segment is. Because Devi Parashakti has answered so many of our questions, has guided each and every one of us. And there are so many of you out there who have perhaps are not coming to this program for the first time, have already asked your question, and Devi Parashakti has answered, and she has manifested in your life in some way or form, whether it is through wealth, or it is through long-lasting, loving relationships, or through health, granting you the health that you want, the body that you want, or granting you the wealth that you want, or granting the long lasting, beautiful relationships and family that you want, everything that you want, Devi Parashakti might have already given grace that in your life, especially after you have asked and you wanted it, especially after the last couple of months that our divine cosmic mother has been gracing through the form of the supreme pontiff of Hinduism and offering this Devi Bhava Samadhi Darshan for all of you. So out of your extreme gratitude, if you like, and you already know that she has already taken care of everything, this is my humble offering to Devi Parashakti. So let us offerings that we can make today. We can go on to the next slide, please.
Nithyananda Paramashivoham.
We will literally not stop till you live enlightened life. Manifesting the state of Paramashiva, space of Paramashiva, powers of Paramashiva, being of Paramashiva. Whole world should become e-Kailashians.
I want the whole world to know Hindus have something great to contribute to the world. We have something great to contribute to the world. Let us do that.
E-Kailasa is proper customized spiritual service helping you to identify your root patterns of suffering. We have perfected the science of helping every individual from every cultural, religious, nationality background.
Nithyananda.
Nithyananda Paramashivoham.
Yes. So before we're going on into each and every one of the sevas today, which you can offer out of your pure gratitude, then we'd like to just share a few points on the significance behind these offerings. Now, already I've explained how these offerings you can make in your life, and you can simply, out of your pure affection, pure gratitude to Devi Parashakti for having manifested in the Hindu tradition. In all of the scriptures in the Hindu tradition. In all of the scriptures of
card number and go ahead and click on place order on the bottom right. This is the steps for you to go ahead and make an offering through the online payment gateway option that we have. After you have done this, then the second step in making an offering is going to tiny.cc/Sankalpa 2021, which takes you to this form. Now, as you go to the tiny.cc/Sankalpa 2021, click next. It takes you through a list of disclaimers you agree to and start entering your payment details. What is the amount that you offered, the date, the first name, last name, email, phone, city, state, the offering for Devi Parashakti Akashic reading. Scroll down and you click on next. When you click on next, it gives you a list of offerings that you have just paid for. So you can choose that I have made a payment for Pratyaksha Pada Puja, Sankalpa chanting, and then you can go ahead and enter the names of family members whom you want to be benefited from this offering. So, and then you can go ahead and make the payment. So these are the 2 steps in which you can go ahead and make the offering to Devi Parashakti. So with that, we come to the conclusion of this segment where you can choose what is the way that you can connect with Devi Parashakti and how you can make an offering to her. In the next segment of this program, we will be sharing with you on how you can protect yourself from the deadly pandemic that is out there. We are going to share with you about Kailasa's multi-layer quarantine facility that is being made available in many Kailasas in India by the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism. We are now going to be having the administrators of the Adi Kailasa come and share with you about the multi-layer COVID care and COVID prevention facilities in India after a short break.
Highest awakened response, alive response for life continuous. E-Kailasa is enlightenment ecosystem, literally enlightenment itself in your own home, wherever you are. Proper customized spiritual service helping you to complete with your life negativity. Withdrawal from life, self-hatred, self-denial, self-doubt, so much of tiredness, laziness. We can support you aligning your diet, your attitude, your aptitude, your understanding about life. We can help you with everything. If you are interested in enlightenment, we will immediately bring this to you. If you are not interested, we will explain the whole science, inspire you and make you interested in enlightenment science. We need to cater this enlightenment science to the whole world wherever they are, because enlightenment is the birthright of all human beings. Nationality, race, from every creed. So this absolutely perfected knowledge available to you, served to you in your home without even you moving out of your couch, free of cost. What I mean by the word e-Kailasa, listen intensely. Enlightenment ecosystem, literally enlightenment itself, in your own home, wherever you are. If you cannot come to Kailasa, it's okay. Kailasa can come to you. Kailasa coming to you is e-Kailasa.
I will revive Hinduism. I am a Hindu revivalist, not by any revolution, but by evolution. And setting model community. Kailasas, enlightenment ecosystems, Sarvanya Peethas all over the world.
All powerful cognition, knowledge, only when you live, power manifestation and possibilities manifestation happens. It's a fundamental truth.
Welcome back, dear viewers. Now, as we are waiting for the segment where we are going to be sharing with you about the multi-layer quarantine facilities. But before that, we wanted to share with you how the COVID pandemic is not just affecting our physical body, it is also affecting our mental health. And Devi Parashakti herself has revealed, and there is more than one reason why Swamiji is repeatedly saying, just save your life as the first priority. And here Devi Parashakti on the 5th of June 2001 has revealed. Let us see what Devi Parashakti has revealed. Devi Parashakti says, not only people dying in crores, financial and mental retardness, you will also see minds getting collapsed. Freedom from all the suffering is the life of living enlightenment. First, prevent yourself from this deadly corona. Oh people, do the job of saving your life as the first priority. The revelations from Devi Parashakti about mental issues was delivered on the 5th of June. And on the 8th of June, we are seeing an article being published by the Global News. It says, the psychiatric symptoms like depression, anxiety exhibited by COVID-19 patients. A study, according to a new study, neurological symptoms like depression and anxiety are also showing to be common in those who contracted COVID-19, even in more mild cases. So here you can see the BMC Psychology article which says the impact of COVID-19 on mental health of the US college students. The article continues to say, study, according to a new study, neurological symptoms like depression and anxiety are also showing to be common in those who contracted COVID-19, even in more mild cases. So here you can see the BMC Psychology article which says the impact of COVID-19 on mental health of the US college students. The article continues to say the impact of COVID-19 on the mental health of US college students. Our results indicate that the students closer to graduating faced increases in anxiety, 60.8%, feeling of loneliness, 54.1%, and depression, 59.8%. Many reported worries for health of loved ones, most impacted their mental health status, and the need to take care of the family, most affected current and the future plans. Almost half of the students took to exercising. So here we can see very clearly how feeling of anxiety, depression, fear, loneliness is being affected because of the COVID pandemic. The rates of anxiety and depression among college students continue to soar, say the researchers at the Dartmouth College, who have tracked the moods and the behaviors of about 200 students for 4 years. Any say the stress levels are at their highest. The Dartmouth College researchers began tracking 217 students when they entered the school as a freshman in 2017 in the hopes of understanding how they behave. They have seen students' stress levels rise and fall, usually in tandem with the midterm and the final exams. But since the onset of the COVID pandemic, the rates of depression and anxiety have soared and showed no signs of coming down, says Andrew Campbell, a researcher and a computer science professor. And Devi Parashakti has also revealed about the secrets of the universe. Let us hear from Devi Parashakti. She has revealed about the secrets of the universe.
Listen intensely. I will reveal the secret of the universe and its expansion. Life, consciousness in you does not end while your body drops dead. It moves from different universes, vertical time zones, lives in different time zones as per its free will, knowledge, desire, but ultimately to get enlightened, complete liberation, Paramashiva Padam, your soul has to come back to this karma bhumi, the Bhumandala. This Bhumandala and the Jati ecosystems, the caste ecosystems, Hindu, Jnana, Sannyasa, Yoga, Grihastha, multiple spiritual ecosystems are created for the souls to come back and rebirth and grow more and more towards enlightenment easily, quickly, in accelerated speed and space. Now, too many souls from the cosmos is landing into this Bhumandala to be part of Kailasa and to manifest Kailasa. That is the reason the rate of expansion of the universe has been accelerated. An intense ecosystem for great enlightened beings and incarnations to land is being manifested by me through my Nijavatara Nithyananda and this Kailasa. All the blessed fortunate beings will be attracted to Kailasa and experience liberation. Kailasa is the space where Sanatana Hindu Dharma, cosmic science, is nationalism. This cosmic law is the country law. Sanatana Hindu Dharma is nationalism. These cosmic truths will be the truths of the country, society, ecosystem. Society, country, judiciary, ecosystem, all this of Kailasa will be aligned to the cosmic law, the cosmic energy, universal existential truth. Because Kailasa, cosmic ecosystem, is manifesting expansion of the universe has been accelerated. Universe is celebrating the happening of my Nijavatara Nithyananda and this Kailas.
Now let's see what Devi Parashakti said. Listen intensely. I will reveal the secret of the universe and its expansion. Life, consciousness in you does not end while your body drops dead. It moves from different universes, vertical time zones, lives in different time zones as per its free will, knowledge and desire. But ultimately, to get enlightened, complete liberation, Paramashiva Padam, your soul has to come back to this Karma Bhumi, the Bhu Mandala. This Bhu Mandala and the Jati ecosystems, the caste ecosystems, Hindu, Jnana, Sannyasa Yoga, Grihastha, multiple spiritual ecosystems are created for the souls to come back and rebirth and grow more and more towards enlightenment quickly, easily, in accelerated speed and space. Now, too many souls from the cosmos is landing into this Bhu Mandala, be a part of Kailasa and to manifest Kailasa. That is the reason the rate of the expansion of the universe has been accelerated, and the intense ecosystem for generating for great enlightened beings and incarnations to land is being manifested by me through my Nijavatara, Nithyananda, and this Kailasa. All the blessed fortunate beings will be attracted to Kailasa and experience liberation. Kailasa is the space where Sanatana Hindu Dharma, the cosmic science, is nationalism. This cosmic law is the country law. Sanatana Hindu Dharma is the nationalism. This cosmic truths will be the truths of the country, society, ecosystem. Society, country, judiciary ecosystem, all these of Kailasa will be aligned to this cosmic law, the cosmic energy, the universal existential truth. Because Kailasa, the cosmic ecosystem, is manifesting. The expansion of the universe has been accelerated. The universe is celebrating the happening of my Nijavatara, Nithyananda, and this Kailasa. Now, let us watch this very interesting video on the expansion and the accelerated expansion of the universe.
You are looking at the most detailed three-dimensional map of the universe known to humankind, and it's called the Sloan Digital Sky Survey. Scientists from around the world have just completed a 20-year-long survey of the night sky, measuring the positions and distances of more than 4 million galaxies and quasars. This detailed map will help scientists shed light on the remaining mysteries of the universe. Let's go on a journey from the local stars to the largest scales of our universe. Beyond the local stars that draw familiar constellations in the night sky in the neighborhood of the Earth, in addition to our own Milky Way, billions of galaxies are spread throughout the observable universe. Moving faster than light, we will take you through space in a journey from our place in the Milky Way all the way out to the large-scale structures of the visible universe, and we'll tell you about how we're mapping it out. Since 1998, the scientific community has realized that the universe is not only expanding, but its expansion is accelerating. This unexpected acceleration constitutes one of the major conundrums in physics. From a theoretical perspective, the acceleration may be accounted for by either assuming that there exists some mysterious dark energy, or by modifying Einstein's theory of gravity, called general relativity. In the same year, the Sloan Digital Sky Survey was launched to tackle this enigma of the accelerating expansion of the universe. The Sloan Digital Sky Survey is a vast collection of the angular positions of galaxies observed in the sky, as well as their distances from us, determined by observing the systematic shift of galactic light induced by the expansion of the universe, the so-called redshift. In this new map of our universe, the large dark patches are mostly regions obscured by the Milky Way that cannot be observed. During the last 20 years, through 4 exploratory phases, the Sloan Digital Sky Survey has created the most detailed 3-dimensional maps of the universe. To achieve this, it focused on different classes of galaxies: nearby galaxies, red galaxies, more distant star-forming galaxies, and superluminous distant active galaxies called quasars. The 4th and latest Sloan survey took place from 2014 till 2020. During this time, the new project called the Extended Baryon Oscillation Spectroscopic Survey, or EBOS for short, continued previous Sloan mapping of the extragalactic sky and just recently finished measuring distances for 1 million galaxies and quasars. These successive surveys allow scientists to trace the large-scale structures of the universe up to a fraction of its horizon, represented by the cosmic microwave background emission, seen here as a colorful pattern projected onto a sphere. The cosmic microwave background is the thermal relic of the universe, which dates back to about 400,000 years after the birth of the universe, also known as the Big Bang. Adding the EBOS data to the previous Sloan exploratory phases 1, 2, and 3, the Sloan Digital Sky Survey now has a database of 4 million galaxies and quasars, assembling the largest and most complete 3D map of the universe to date. This unprecedented achievement provides scientists with new tools for shedding light on dark energy and also for constraining the theory of general relativity, leading to a better understanding of the fundamental laws that rule our universe.
Let us now look at some of the researchers that are being done today. Here is research presented by the National Geographic Channel, which says the universe seems to be expanding faster than all expectations. New evidence deepens the mystery around the Hubble constant, one of the most important numbers in cosmology. Fresh evidence suggests that the universe is expanding faster today than it did in its infancy. A difference that has set off a search to understand what cosmic forces could be at play. If confirmed, the changing rate, which is 9% faster than had been projected, would force us to reconsider the fundamental aspect of the universe. Here is a research published by the Harvard University, which says, don't worry, the expansion of the universe is still accelerating. There are independent results that have now demonstrated time and time again that the universe is accelerating in its expansion. And very recently, the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism had actually shared in the satsang how the universe is expanding and the spiritual and the metaphysical significance of the expansion of the universe. And we are going to watch this short clip from the satsang of the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism.
Paramamashivoham. Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham.
Listen. The key information, the key line I wanted to bring all your attention through this video is universe is not just expanding, its expansion is accelerated. Please understand. Last few years, I am screaming in top of my voice that superconscious breakthrough is happening. Please understand. It is not only just the physics level. The universe expansion is accelerated. It's a dark energy, the dark matter in that level, the unmanifest, in avyakta, unmanifest level itself, the expansion is accelerated intensely. Please understand. The expansion is accelerated intensely in the dark energy, in the dark matter, unmanifest, avyakta swarupa of Paramashiva. See, Paramashiva's manifest form only is this world which we are all enjoying, experiencing. There is an unmanifest form of Paramashiva, dark matter, what we call dark energy, dark matter. The triggering of expansion, not just expansion, acceleration of expansion is happening from that dark energy, dark matter. Because scientists are using the word dark energy, dark matter, I am using the same word. But if you ask me to give a right word, I will say Swatta Sutta Swayam Prakasa Jyoti. I will call it a superconscious energy, superconscious matter. See, because the human eyes can't cognize, human beings are calling it as a dark matter. But because human eyes can't cognize, but third eye can cognize, I am calling it as a Swayam Prakasa Jyoti. Jyoti, light, superconsciousness, is the word rishis, enlightened beings, will use. But unfortunately, scientists have their own limitation. With the two eyes, when you see something which is not seen, you call it as dark. With three eyes, when you see something and you know it cannot be seen by the two eyes, you call that as Jyoti. Sutta Swayam Prakasa Jyoti. Jyoti Mandala. What we show as Jyoti of Arunachala, what exists as unmanifest of Paramashiva, is one and the same. Please listen. This acceleration of expansion is from the unmanifest, avyakta, sarira of Paramashiva, the unmanifest space of Paramashiva. From that, the acceleration of expansion is happening. Now, the superconscious breakthrough is imminent. It has to happen. It is happening. I have been sent to planet Earth to facilitate this only. Listen to the next line. Now listen what I am saying. When there is $1 trillion stimulus economy package, in US, or some billions of dollars in India, each country is giving the stimulus package to keep the economy afloat. Who gets the money? People who already built the infrastructure like a banks, airlines, companies, who needs the boost, they get the first share. Sometimes if you lobby properly, you get. Listen. This is exactly the same thing with cosmos also. Whoever is doing the spiritual practice with integrity intensely already, they get the first chunk, share of the superconscious breakthrough and superconscious powers and the manifestation of Paramashiva. Listen. Just like our governments choose which sector to pump the money to keep the economy afloat, Paramashiva chooses who are the beings in whom I should just manifest the powers and superconsciousness first, so I can trigger this all over the world. I can inspire the human beings. I can make this as a ripple effect. Two people, two kinds of people. Intense seekers, sincerely integrated way, practicing. Either you practice unclutching or completion, any form of nirvikalpa samadhi practice. And don't be shocked, surprised. There is a beautiful book by Thomas M. Kempis, Practicing the Presence of the God, from Christian tradition. I would sincerely recommend all our sincere seekers to read that book. There are many who had Nirvikalpa Samadhi from the order of Saint Francis of Assisi. As a supreme pontiff of Hinduism and responsible practicing Hindu, I am making the statement. using Hindu, I am making the statement. One good news is with Paramashiva, there is no separate lobbying. Just if you are sincerely doing it, that is enough. It is just literally you are bombarded with super consciousness. Paramashiva searches, seeks wherever the seekers are. He seeks the seekers and bombards them with a super conscious breakthrough. So I wanted all my disciples, whoever is sincerely listening to me, please come out of the shock. A few statements I made. Listen sincerely. What is happening in the physics of the cosmos, chemistry of the cosmos, biology of the cosmos, I am seeing it very clearly. Whatever Paramashiva reveals every day, I am mapping that into the language you can understand. I am sharing. Last few years, I am screaming in top of my voice. If you see that video, scientists have discovered exactly the same year. I started screaming in top of my voice. Super conscious breakthrough is happening, happening, happening. See that video once more, you will see exactly the same year. The scientists are saying that not only universe is expanding, the expansion is intensely triggered, accelerated. I tell you. I'll tell you exactly within next 5 years, there will be millions of beings all over the world with extraordinary powers and super consciousness. The first chunk of super conscious beings are going to be happening. And this stimulus package, we are going to be the people receiving the large chunk. Large chunk is going to be received by us, Kailasa. Just like how the top corporates receive the stimulus, economy stimulus package from the government to reach to all citizens and keep the economy afloat. Same way, this super conscious breakthrough, Paramashiva is manifesting. We, Kailasa, is going to get the first chunk, the large share, lion's share. Understand? I request all of you, be intensely sincere in casual, useless, not only time pass stupid things. Don't waste your time with negative people. Don't waste your time in reading or fighting Guru Drohis, Guru abusers, don't be part of their Facebook and don't allow them to be part of your Facebook. Don't even read. But if you are forcibly somehow made to read, don't forget to give back strongly and defend the Sangha. I am not for not defending the Guru and Sangha. All of you be very clear. I am all for defending the Sangha, defending the Guru. He is saying, don't read at defending. Entering into you. But if forcibly somehow it enters, you have to take a medical care and protect yourself. So, do not allow, but if somehow forcibly it enters into your system, don't be inactive. Defending Sangha, protecting Sangha, defending Guru, protecting Guru is the responsibility of all my disciples. I am not for any of the inactivism, justifying the laziness or inactivism. First priority will be don't allow, don't read, don't engage, unclutch from all the abusers, all the Guru Drohis. The moment you even doubt, suspect, they are trying to instigate you against the Guru, against the Sangha, unclutch from them. But unfortunately, if they have put some ideas, forcibly made you read some way, by tempting or some way, don't stop defending. Don't stop without giving them back good, nice, logical, right answer.
Now, in the next segment of this program, we are going to be sharing with you about Kailasa's multi-layer COVID care facilities that are being provided in Kailasas in India. The Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism through Kailasa has rushed the aid and opened up various Adinams, Sarvanyapitas in India to provide the COVID care and COVID protection facilities. So we are going to be moving on to the next segment after a short break.
Hinduism cannot live exclusively as one sampradaya. No. All sampradayas of Hinduism is an ecosystem. So don't keep quiet thinking that if one sampradaya is attacked, only that sampradaya is going to be affected. All of us are ecosystem.
I invite all of you to get involved and enjoy Hinduism by the principle of Dharmo Rakshati Rakshitaha. When you protect Dharma, Dharma protects you.
We will make the whole planet flourish spiritually. The spiritual prosperity will happen to the whole planet. We all have to coexist together.
get you health. We get you ability to build beautiful relationships in your life. We get you direct spiritual support, and we make sure you become wealthy. We won't stop giving you just good life. We will literally not stop till you live enlightened life. Manifesting the state of Paramashiva, space of Paramashiva, powers of Paramashiva, being of Paramashiva.
Paramashivoham. Om Nithyananda. Paramashivoham. Om Nithyananda. Paramashivoham. Om Nithyananda. Paramashivoham. Nithyananda Paramashivoham. Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham. Om
Nithyananda, welcome back. So we'll be moving on to the next segment of this program. Kailasa's de facto spiritual embassies as the COVID care protection centers. So what is the status of the world today? If you see, the Human Rights Watch reported that more than 1.5 billion students are out of school every day. So more than 91% of the world's students are out of school due to the school closures in at least 188 countries. And if you see, 36.5% of the US college students pointed to stress as the biggest reason why their academic performance suffered negatively for the past 12 months. So in addition, 29.5% listed anxiety as a factor. For American middle schoolers, 61% of the teens admitted feeling a lot of pressure to get good grades. So approximately 1.27 billion learners are currently affected due to the school closures in response to the pandemic, according to the UNICEF monitoring, and 46 countries are currently implementing nationwide closures, and 27 are implementing local closures, impacting about 72.9% of the world's student population. So in a survey by the mental health charity Young Minds, which included 2011 participants up to the age of 25 years with mental illness history in the UK, 83% said the pandemic had made their conditions worse. So 26% said they were unable to access mental health support. Peer support groups and face-to-face services have been cancelled, and support by phone or online can be challenging for some young people. So the COVID-19 pandemic has disrupted or halted the critical mental health services in 93% of the countries worldwide, while the demand for mental health is increasing, according to a new WHO survey. So recently, a study also found that 18% of the individuals, including people with and without a past psychiatric diagnosis, who received a COVID-19 diagnosis were later diagnosed with a mental health disorder such as anxiety or mood disorders. So a survey also found that the substance use and suicidal ideation are particularly pronounced for young adults, with 25% reporting they started or increased the substance use during the pandemic, and 26% reporting the serious thoughts of suicide. So every year, over 1.2 million students drop out of high school in the United States, and that is a student every 26 seconds of 7,000 a day. So about 25% of high school freshmen fail to graduate from high school on time. So this is the plight of the world today, but if you see the contributions from Kailasa's Department of Education, we would now go over what is the contribution of Kailasa's education system. The whole Gurukul, the real Hindu Gurukul, Hindu university atmosphere I had in Tiruvannamalai in 1970s is what I'm trying to reproduce all over the world through the Nithyananda Gurukul and online e-Gurukul. This is what is exactly revealed by His Divine Holiness. So he has said, Gurukul is a place where celebration begins with right words in blossoming minds, creating a gateway of possibilities, creating an enlightened civilization with yogic body and Vedic mind. So Nithyananda Gurukul is the best ever school established by the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, and here students live their highest potential and manifest various spiritual powers. So the Gurukul functions as the Supreme Pontiff's vision that education is for life, but life itself is not for education. The Gurukul brings to the world the right kind of education that empowers you.
And if we look at the contemporary education versus Gurukul education, the current system of education is established by Macaulay and Max Muller in India and is the non-involving narrative style of teaching. The original Indian education system was not about continuously giving words, ideas, concepts, theories, or theologies. It was about awakening you to the right context, enlightenment. The Indian education system, the Gurukul, is more of a transmission of knowledge rather than mere transfer of knowledge.
So whether others educate you or you educate yourself, if you plan everything based on the best of you, it is called as specialization. So the Gurukul ambience is for specialization and not for generalization. So it is for specialization, and dilution, which happens due to generalization, can be avoided just by the Gurukul system of education.
Education means putting a set of ideas into your head and forcing them into you, but ensuring that you memorize and forcibly make you vomit it. In Gurukul, there is no education. There is only initiation. Initiation means empowering you with powers and letting you play with it, letting you manifest, specialize, letting you manifest your specialization, letting you grow and glow.
So in Vedic tradition, the examinations are not done by question and answer method. So that is the Macaulay's method, clerk making. So in Vedic tradition, all the examinations are conducted by the thought current you carry. The person will be made to speak in the presence of Pandits who have mastered that thought current. They will see whether he can spontaneously express that thought current. If the student is able to express the thought current cohesively, then he has mastered it.
So what is real education? If we are teaching the science of completion to our kids, we should be able to guarantee you can't even get one lie out of Gurukul kids. That is what is education. Education is making you master a thought current, which becomes their lifestyle, which becomes the cognition style, which becomes their very being. For hours, you cannot speak on a subject unless it has become your thought current. The way you cognize, change of thought current, transformation of thought current is the success of the education. Each Upanishad adds a thought current to you. Transformation of thought currents is success. And these are the direct words of the Supreme Pontiff himself.
So our Gurukuls are education centric. So students can invent something which his Guru does not know. So he has a freedom. So only the basic formulas are taught. So basic tools to awaken knowledge is taught. So then the student is left free to explore on his own. Gurukuls are not with the set of rules or frame. They are only supported people to explore the highest possible creativity.
Gurukuls are not like dams for your inspiration and energy. It is embankment for the wild river. Embankment for the wild river. Embankment is different, dam is different. With the dam, you are dammed. It is embankment, not dam. That is why many of the Advaita Guru's disciples were Vishishta Advaitas or Advaitis, or many other Vishishta Advaitis, Advaiti Guru's disciples were Advaitis. Means what? Only the basic analysis scales were given to you, but you are left to really analyze. You are given spoon, not spoon-fed. You are not spoon-fed. You are only given the spoon.
So the freedom itself, if you see, Ramanuja was even able to think in the language of Vishishta Advaita. That shows the freedom which was available in the Gurukul. So, and the same way, there are many Advaitis studied at the feet of Advaitis or Vishishta Advaitis. But Sanatana Hindu Dharma gives only the tools to explore, but it is not putting you any frames, any restrictions or dams. If you read the Shanti mantra, it is education-centric, not teacher-centric. Unfortunately, in the modern day, because teachers have not taken the responsibility to be education-centric, it has become more teacher-centric.
This whole verse, if you read, may we both together be protected. See, the teacher is also praying along with the student. And this is what the translation of the Shanti mantra is. And actually, it is because we are in education centric. We're able to explore and reach the new heights of seeking. New heights of seeking. That is where the Ishtadevata concept has come. And Guru encourages the disciple to travel, discover, reinvent, and invent their own path, their own methodologies. He continues to encourage the disciple to explore on their own.
So with the principles of completion, the four tattvas of integrity, authenticity, responsibility, and enriching, as well as the truths of ahimsa or non-violence and abhayam sarva bhutepyo, the Balasons of Nithyananda Gurukul have played with the powerful cognitions and thought currents and have physically demonstrated the power of these truths by providing security to the rose plants in the garden of the Gurukul, resulting in the rose plants dropping their thorns. So we will now be watching a small video clip of how the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism has described about the Indian Gurukul, which is the future of education.
Now it is time, as per the astrology, he can rule any human society which is imposed on that society more than 60 years. Now 60 years is over for the non-involvement narrative education system. I am telling you, future is Gurukul system. The future of education is where the teachers and students live together in one place. If needed, let the parents also stay there. But because basically kids do what you do, they won't do what you say. Understand? They do what you do. They won't do what you say. Whatever you do, simply they will do. They will never do what you say. Most of the time, they don't care for what you say. The future of the Indian education system, I can say, the future of any intelligent education system will be Gurukul system. I am not talking out of pride or arrogance. I am talking seeing the future. I am telling you. I'll be leading this revival in the education system through our Gurukul system. Through our Gurukul system. It is going to be the Gurukuls. In Indian education system, complete involvement is required from the side of the teacher and the student. Student need to study the teacher. Teacher need to study the student. Understand? After thoroughly studying the student, teacher identifies the right subject in which the student will be successful. Few things are the student, teacher, the student, teacher identifies the right subject in which the student will be successful. Few things are sculpting. Enlightenment is the concepting. Enlightenment is the context. Indian education system is more of a transmission of the knowledge, not transfer of knowledge. It is not just information based.
So you can see in today's education is known to be the key factor to enabling the upwards socio-economic mobility and the strongest means of removing the poverty. The right education is crucial to the well-being, stability and growth of not only every child but humanity as a whole. So Gurukul system is known to be the knowledge transmission system of Hinduism, one of the pillars which kept Sanatana Hindu Dharma alive, standing as the world's most ancient living civilization. So through Kailasa's Department of Education, the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, Jagat Guru Mahasannidhanam, His Divine Holiness Bhagavan Nithyananda Paramashivam, the Gurukul system is being revived in its entirety.
The Gurukul is the living home of the Guru. The Gurukul system is rooted on the Guru Shishya Sampradaya, or the Guru disciple relationship.
So after decades of study on the physical, chemical and biological uniqueness of the meditative states and enlightened beings, it has been found that in the normal waking state alone, their brain waves show that they are in a complete meditative state despite being fully active and engaged. So in the world of athletics, this state is known as being in the zone, a glimpse into the peak of focus, cognitive function, attention, and coordination, to name a few. So rather than a glimpse, enlightened beings casually walk They talk and engage with life settled in this peak.
Recent studies have also found that we imbibe the body language, behaviors, and patterns of those in our environment, but not just on the behavioral level, but to the depths of the neurological level. It is also known as the mirror neuron effect. In this way, there is no better teacher than the enlightened guru, who, as per modern science, exists as a superconscious, biological, reproducible anomaly.
However, through centuries of Mughal invasions, colonialism, and continued persecution against Hinduism and Hindu tradition, the science of knowledge transmission has been diminishing at an unprecedented state and rate. So after careful study in the colonialism era, it was found that the Gurukul system was standing as the backbone and stability of the Hindu civilization. The Macaulay education system was imposed on India after this revelation.
Over 1,000 universities were across Bharat, and to over 200,000 Gurus were destroyed in Bengal and Bihar alone.
So with the systematic destruction of Hindu universities and Gurukuls, it goes also more than 80% of Hindus' indigenous knowledge system.
And many of us have heard that the Macaulay and his education system, and here's a quote directly from him: "Our English schools are flourishing wonderfully. The effect of this education on Hindus is prodigious. No Hindu who has received an English education ever continues to be sincerely attached to his religion." So you can clearly see the intent of this education system imposed by the British was to detract them from their Hindu beliefs, their Hindu religion, their Hindu education. And he goes on to say, "The Hindu religion is so extravagantly absurd that it is impossible to teach a boy astronomy, geography, natural history without completely destroying that which holds that religion on his mind. It is firm belief that if our plans of education are followed up, there will be not a single idolater among the respectable classes in Bengal in the 30 years hence, and this will be effected without any efforts to proselytize, without the smallest interference with religious liberty, merely by the natural operation of knowledge and reflection." So clearly the intention was to convert people and to destroy the native religion, the Hindu religion, and to destroy the Hindu thought currents by forcing this British education system upon the Hindus.
Yes, if you see the Kailasa's Nithyananda Gurukul, the grand revival of Hinduism's Gurukul and Nithyananda universities by the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism.
And here is the official photo from the inauguration of the Nithyananda Gurukul in October of 2006 in the Bidadi, India.
And the students of the Nithyananda Gurukul who are literally practicing yoga, meditation under the sacred banyan tree, the Kalpa Vriksha.
And here are more photos of the Gurukul, where 50% of the Gurukul Balasans study 1 to 3 years ahead of their age, scoring in the top 10 to 20% of Mensa at just the age of 14.
So Gurukul Balasans, they are learning the standard academics along with the indigenous Hindu scriptures.
And along with their education, they practice many arts such as Shivastamba Yoga and other yoga trained directly under the Shivastamba Acharyas and teachers.
And the Gurukul Balasans demonstrating the ability to perform the Kundalini Rajju even through the blindfolded.
And the special aspect about Gurukul is that the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, Jagat Guru Mahasanidanam, His Divine Holiness Bhagavan Nithyananda Parameshwaram, personally teaches the once lost science of Dhanurvidya. And you can see some photos of the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism teaching the students of Gurukul the science of archery.
30% of the Gurukul Balasans demonstrating capacity to spontaneously play instruments without having a formal training.
And the Gurukul Balasins lived the Agamic Shastra-based lifestyle, as you can see here, where they are all sitting and performing puja together.
And the Balasins of the Nithyananda Gurukul demonstrates the ability to read blindfolded.
And they participate in the Bhakti-Sadas, the discussing the truths that Swamiji has shared.
And Balasins of the Nithyananda Gurukul addressing the Kailashian delegates.
And the Balasins of Nithyananda Gurukul, this is a photo after having hosted a successful worldwide webinar where they themselves conducted, planned, and executed the whole thing. And here you can see all of the students in front of Swamiji's Murti.
And the impact of Gurukul, if you see, the students, they actually have a whole brain learning with a stress-free living and zero teen violence or aggression that is seen in the outer world, and the quantum memory activation, which is recalling the verbatim after a single hearing, which is called Ekasantagrahi in the Vedic age. So grade-wise number of hours of studies daily, including school, private tuition, and coaching. If you see, this is the comparison between what the students do in the regular school and in the Gurukul.
And the Kailasas Nithyananda Hindu University is the world's largest Hindu university established around the globe, with 450 plus campuses in 150 plus countries, and is available to the public since 2003 onwards. So this is another wonderful offering from the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism to humanity of how to be educated in the Hindu education system.
And Kailasas Nithyananda Hindu University is reviving and presenting the world's most ancient lost knowledge in a user-friendly way, and ancient truths taught in a way directly applicable for the modern man's personal, practical, and professional life.
And the NHU, the Kailasas Nithyananda Hindu University, has over 20 million enrollments and counting, with 7,000 plus courses available and delegates and teachers from 50 plus countries directly contributing to the university.
Let us now watch what the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism is revealing about the value of Nithyananda Rajavidya Rajagurukul.
Long rituals are not useless or unnecessary as a modern brainwashed Hindu thinks. Long rituals are the most powerful method, science, kriya, to awaken all the life energies. See, totally we have 21 life energies. I will describe all the 21 like a fundamental principal forces of life, like gravity, how all these are fundamental forces, principal forces externally. Internally, there are 21 life energies. Ability to visualize, ability to make decision. All these 21 is given to you, but you use them accidentally. That is why your life is full of accidents. Your marriage is accident, wealth is accident, life is accident, money is accident. Very less is planned, much is accident. And I tell you, I have seen people become thieves by not knowing the power of their life energy. I tell you, thief is the cheapest way to exist. I tell you. Because you do not know you own trillions. That is why you steal millions. If you know you own trillions, why will you steal? Listen, asteya. non-stealing comes to a person who mastered his life energy. Each of my Gurukul kid is a $1 trillion economy. I tell you. Each of my Gurukul kid, the powers they can manifest. Understand, Gurukul is not a joke. It is a powerful science. Especially, see, normally, one child plus one child is a two child. But in the Gurukul ecosystem, one child plus one child is 11. 1, 1. Not 1 plus 1. 1, 1, 1, 1, 1. If there are 3 child, it is not 1 plus 1 plus 1, 3. No. It is 1, 1, 1. 111. The energy multiplication. Because the ecosystem, understand, that is why Gurukul has to be with the ecosystem. I have always seen, whenever I download a power on one child, when the group sits, I can share that power on the whole group. Because when team of kids or balasans or sannyasis or brahmacharis, when they sit as one team, it is very easy for me to just like a lightning pour the energy on them. Understand? The Sankhya of life energy is different. The multi-dimensional logic of life energy is different. People cannot understand this Sankhya. The multiple life energies, awakening them to its peak and manifesting them is all about life.
So despite the relentless attacks against the life, the character and image of Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, he goes on sincerely contributing everything he has for the world. From the field of nutrition to the field of education, from protection to religious freedom to revival of indigenous traditions, the Supreme Pontiff has sincerely contributed in every facet. And this has not gone unnoticed by the world's dignitaries and leaders and multi-faith diaspora.
And as per Devi's revelations on the 12th of May 2021, I came as Nijavatara. I am blessing you. Listen, people, listen. To do good to all of you, I have taken the form of Nithyananda and came down as Nijavatara. People of India, listen carefully, listen. Time after time, Bharatam is Jnana Bhumi, where enlightened beings come. We cannot make Jnana Bhumi as infertile. Enlightenment beings have to come.
So they have to live, it has to flower, and few hypocrites, because they are stuck in delusion, we cannot sacrifice the world. Cosmos cannot be destroyed. The ship I did to save the cosmos from being destroyed, that is the Adi Kailasa. The ship I did to protect beings from Pralaya is the Adi Kailasa. Because of conspiracy of drogis and enemies rule, the captain has to leave the ship.
Before 12 years, knowing the great deluge that is going to happen, all Aushadas by this Guru Purnima, that Jnana Rasavadam, Navapashna is going to flower. Allow people to come and take dip in the Navapashna flower. People who ever come and dip in the Vijayas River, they will not have death. They will not have corona. Crores and crores of people will come in line every day. They will come and take a dip in the Anandalingam.
So Parashakti also reveals, listen well to my words. For India, I made ship as protection. The Nithyananda Navapashana Lingam in Vaidya Sarovar. Go to Adi Kailasa. O Indians, listen. all those regretting losing Nithyananda Nijavatara without confusion and without talking just as lip service go to Adi Kailasha.
Scores of people will come there looking for help, the Navapashana, water, feast, and medicine to get health and protection and enlightenment. To protect India from this great destruction, I, Parashakti, made this huge ship. Even if the captain is not there, the ship is there.
Yes, so when all the countries, first world countries, are closing their borders and schools during a massive global emergency, today, Kailasa has opened its doors to all of you without any exception.
And here are the different free COVID care centers across India, including Adi Kailash, Salem, Tirunamalai, Rajapalayam, Puduvai, Patnam, Tirugapadi, and many more that the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism has opened up for everyone in India to take refuge and have the multi-layer quarantine.
So we could see the multiple free COVID care centers which are opened across India, various social services offered during pandemic in Kailasa's de facto spiritual embassies across India, the spiritual services offered during pandemic in Kailasa's de facto spiritual embassies across India, and cosmic revelations on the global pandemic.
And in each COVID care center, we are providing medical care, including allopathy, Ayurveda, and Siddha, and there's infrastructure to accommodate thousands. And the accommodation has multi-layer quarantine, and there are ambulances and ICUs on wheels provided for any emergency situation, as well as personal protective medical equipment to protect yourself, and food security management through the food bank and organic farming.
Yes, so you can join any of these COVID care protection centers and protect your life and register through the link kailasa.org/Kailasa Care.
And Kailasa has been providing education services amidst the massive global emergency. The Department of Education of Kailasa is providing academic as well as spiritual educational services physically for all kids residing in Adi Kailasha Sarvapita, and virtually for a number of kids through the e-Gurukul program. With more than 1 billion kids not having access to education in the midst of this global pandemic, Kailasa has taken both the spiritual and academic responsibility to enrich and provide these services.
So you can join these COVID care protection centers and register through the link kailasa.org/Kailasa Care. So with that, we come to the conclusion of this segment of this program, and we'll take a short break before the next segment of the program begins.
World should become e-Kailashians.
I want the whole world to know Hindus have something great to contribute to the world. We have something great to contribute to the world. Let us do that.
E-Kailasa is proper customized spiritual service helping you to identify your root patterns of suffering. We have perfected the science of helping every individual from every cultural, religious, nationality background. you will have lowest reactionary assumptions, highest awakened response, alive response for life continuously. E-Kailasa is enlightenment ecosystem, literally enlightenment itself in your own home, wherever you are. Proper customized spiritual service helping you to complete with your life negativity, withdrawal from life, self-hatred, self-denial, self-doubt, so much of tiredness, laziness. We can support you aligning your diet, your attitude, your aptitude, your understanding about life. We can help you with everything. If you are interested in enlightenment, we will immediately bring this to you. If you are not interested, we will explain the whole science, inspire you and make you interested in enlightenment science. We need to cater this enlightenment science to the whole world wherever they are, because enlightenment is the birthright of all human beings. Kailasa is responsible to provide that to all human beings. Kailasa is the totality of the knowledge I received from my gurus and practice manifested in my life, perfected by teaching millions of people from all cultures, time zones, backgrounds, genders, nationality, race, from every creed. So this absolutely perfected knowledge available to you, served to you in your home, without even you moving out of your couch, free of cost. What I mean by the word E-Kailasa, listen intensely. Enlightenment ecosystem, literally enlightenment itself in your own home, wherever you are. If you cannot come to Kailasa, it's okay. Kailasa can come to you. Kailasa coming to you is E-Kailasa. I will revive Hinduism. I am a Hindu revivalist, not by any revolution, but
by evolution. And setting model community. Kailasas, enlightenment ecosystems, Sarvanya Pitas all over the world.
All powerful cognition, knowledge, only when you live, power manifestation and possibilities manifestation happens. It's a fundamental truth.
Hinduism cannot live exclusively as one sampradaya. No. All sampradayas of Hinduism is an ecosystem. So don't keep quiet thinking that if one sampradaya is attacked, only that sampradaya is going to be affected. All of us are ecosystems.
I invite all of you to get involved and enjoy Hinduism by the principle of Dharmo Rakshati Rakshitaha. When you protect Dharma, Dharma protects you.
We will make the whole planet flourish spiritually. The spiritual prosperity will happen to the whole planet. We all have to coexist together.
We get you health. We get you ability to build beautiful relationships in your life. We get you direct spiritual support, and we make sure you become wealthy. We won't stop giving you just good life. We will literally not stop till you live enlightened life. Manifesting the state of Paramashiva, space of Paramashiva, powers of Paramashiva, being of Paramashiva. Whole world should become e-Kailashians.
I want the whole world.
To contribute to the world. We have something great to contribute to the world. Let us do that.
E-Kailasa is proper customized spiritual service helping you to identify your root patterns of suffering. We have perfected the science of helping every individual from every cultural, religious, nationality background. You will have lowest reactionary assumptions, highest awakened response, alive response for life continuously. E-Kailasa is enlightenment ecosystem, literally enlightenment itself in your own home, wherever you are. Proper customized spiritual service helping you to complete with your life negativity, withdrawal from life, self-hatred, self-denial, self-doubt, so much of tiredness, laziness. We can support you aligning your diet, your attitude, your aptitude, your understanding about life. We can help you with everything. If you are interested in enlightenment, we will immediately bring this to you. If you are not interested, we will explain the whole science, inspire you and make you interested in enlightenment time.
Nithyananda, welcome to all of the viewers who are joining us for this program, the Devi Parashakti Akashic reading program, and all of you who are joining across the world in different time zones and joining us for this beautiful time as we gather for Nithyananda Satsang and the Devi Parashakti Akashic reading. Every day at this time, we request the time listening from all of the viewers across the world, all the Kailashians and the Hindu diaspora who is listening in across the world, to listen to the story, untold story of the Hindu Holocaust, what the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism has undergone for the last more than 2 decades, continuously being berated by incessant lawfare, brutal attacks to every single adinam, and over 70 assassination attempts to mob lynch him, attempts to arrest him illegally and put him under torture in order to force a false confession out of him, the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, and ultimately destroy the last hope for Hinduism. We have literally been seeing over the last 2 decades how continuously the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism is undergoing the most amount of persecution, more so than any leader who has done for the humanity, good for the humanity. And ultimately, why he is doing what he is doing, why he is sacrificing so much, is for the revival of Kailasa, the revival of the Hindu civilization. Now, yesterday, the previous segment that we were discussing and presenting to each and every one of you, the assassination attempts against the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, we saw how from 2010, the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism has been under attack constantly, and his very life being absolutely taken for granted, his being and him as even just, if you consider him as a human being, even just dehumanizing him. We've seen how the anti-Hindu element had done this in a very strategic way. And basically in 4 steps, they planned and they strategized to ensure that they execute their targeted killings. And the United Nations even understands and specializes in the topic of targeted killings and assassination attempts against leaders of religious minorities and leaders of communities who are under threat and who are endangered because of continuous oppression by terrorist movements. So in their strategy, they have 4 steps. One is mob violence, where the mobs or the staged henchmen of the anti-Hindu militant terrorists, whom they literally pay to go and execute their violence, and who are enslaved to the anti-Hindu militant forces in some way or form. And along with the complicity of authorities in hand who are responsible for keeping peace and ensuring justice is seen and executed, the anti-Hindu militant forces stage a mob and execute mob violence in order to ensure that violence is used against a certain person, but nobody is held accountable. In the whole rush of the mob and the violence against a certain person, they won't be able to pinpoint one person who is against or one person who is held accountable, who can be held accountable. And they do this in a strategic manner. First, by executing media demonization, where on the media, they use campaigns to smear the character of a leader of a marginalized community. And then they use this smear campaign that they try to project to the whole world in order to justify the subsequent mob violence that they stage, and then they ensure that that leader has to undergo and protect themselves and literally pray for their lives to survive through. And then after that, they ensure that there's no legal recourse for what they are doing and for what they have done against that religious minority leader. Finally, again, they do the media demonization after the whole incident is over, projecting as if the entire mob had hated this person, and out of their hate, they had killed or beaten or brutally assaulted this religious or this minority leader. This strategic steps, this 4-step plan is used by anti-Hindu militant forces in numerous instances. And I can give you many examples, but I'd like to give the example today of the Palghar murders that happened last year around this time. We are observing 1 year since, more than 1 year since the deaths of 2 revered Hindu sadhus at Palghar, where they were brutally handed over to the mob and killed without any sense of dignity and reverence for their deaths and for the loss of especially 2 sannyasis and 2 sadhus who had been serving the whole world and who decided that they would serve the world. And we saw first how the media demonization happened well prior to prior to the mob violence executed against the sadhus, because continuously in the media, always the demonization of sadhus, sannyasis is continuously happening. And this is a strategy of the anti-Hindu owned media mafia of India. We've seen continuously how they are always having a underlying current of anti-Hindu abuse, anti-sadhu and anti-agore and anti-sannyasi abuse, where they're literally abusing, characterizing, and dehumanizing the sannyasis of Hinduism. And not just against the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, where we saw the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism having more than literally being attacked with more than 14,000 hours of defamation and hate speech content. And not only that, we saw how literally after that, so many Hindu sannyasis had undergone the same kind of demonization by the media mafia in India. So already in the scene, there is a common projected disrespect towards the sannyasis of Hinduism. And on this incident in last year in Palghar, we actually saw the video footage of how these two sadhus were literally handed over to the police, to the mob. They were handed over by state authorities to the mob. And the authorities, very well knowing that there is a possibility for these two Hindus, sadhus, to lose their lives on this night, they literally were handed over to the mob. And there was absolutely horrifying footage of these sadhus desperately trying to protect themselves against a ferocious and terrifying, horrifying mob running in all directions, trying to seek protection. But at the end, what we saw was two covered bodies of the Hindu sadhus who had been beaten to death. After that, there was no legal recourse of what had happened, to hold the people who had done the violence accountable, because it was projected in the media as if an entire mob had hatefully killed two Hindu sadhus, and whom these sadhus they projected in the media as thieves and literally as if they were beggars. Now, in this whole way, they are ultimately showing how Hindu sannyasis they're projecting as if they are thieves and trying to make them less than who they are, decharacterizing them, assassinating their character, and trying to project after the whole incident, after their death, as if, oh, it was just the death of two thieves, and we have the right to kill them. The anti-Hindu media and the anti-Hindu militant forces were actually successful at quieting the entire Hindu population when we had not even taken the action against Hindu sannyasi, against the anti-Hindu militants who had literally killed two Hindu sannyasis. Now, just this 4-step strategic plan is exactly how the anti-Hindus have tried and tried again and again to attempt to assassinate the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism. 1, media demonization. 2, mob violence. 3, ensuring that there would be no legal recourse. And 4, again, demonizing them in the media to ensure the job was complete. The anti-Hindus have this extremely well thought out plan to ensure that the crimes that they do against Hindus is entirely silenced and projected in the media and made as if it is such a great thing that they're doing. getting rid of the vile people of society. But what the truth is that the most giving, dedicated, servicing people of the whole nation, the Hindu sannyasis, are being killed in the hands of the anti-Hindu militant forces. And this is how the anti-Hindus have literally targeted Hindus, Hindu leaders in so many different circumstances. Today, we'll be continuing on the segment on the targeted killings and assassination attempts against the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, continuing on from 2010 until 2012, and we'll be understanding how after 2010, in 2012, we had continuously been going and seeing the most brutal violence against the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism. So we will now be continuing on to the next years of assassination attempt against the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, presenting to each and every one of you about how they have continuously been targeting the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism and wanting to eliminate the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism entirely. We'll be right back with you after a few minutes, and please take a few minutes to share the link in the scroll below and share with as many people as possible the truth about the persecution of the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism. We'll be right back with you after a very quick break.
Paramashivoham. Om Nithyananda. Paramashivoham.
Scatter this enlightenment signs to the whole world wherever they are. Because enlightenment is the birthright of all human beings. Kailasa is responsible to provide that to all human beings. Kailasa is the totality of the knowledge I received from my gurus and practice manifested in my life, perfected by teaching millions of people from all cultures, time zones, backgrounds, genders, nationality, race, from every creed. So this absolutely perfected knowledge available to you, served to you in your home without even you moving out of your couch, free of cost. What I mean by the word e-Kailasa, listen intensely. Enlightenment ecosystem, literally enlightenment itself in your own home, wherever you are. If you cannot come to Kailasa, it's okay. Kailasa can come to you. Kailasa coming to you is e-Kailasa. I will revive Hinduism. I am a Hindu revivalist, not by
any revolution, but by evolution. And setting model community. Kailasas, enlightenment ecosystems, Sarvanya Peethas all over the world.
All powerful cognition, knowledge, only when you live, power manifestation and possibilities manifestation happens. It's a fundamental truth.
Hinduism cannot live exclusively as one sampradaya. No. All sampradayas of Hinduism is an ecosystem. So don't keep quiet thinking that if one sampradaya is attacked, only that sampradaya is going to be affected. All of us are ecosystems.
I invite all of you to get involved and enjoy Hinduism by the principle of Dharmo Rakshati Rakshitaha. When you protect Dharma, Dharma protects you.
We will make the whole planet flourish spiritually. The spiritual prosperity will happen to the whole planet Earth. We all have to coexist together.
We get you health. We get you ability to build beautiful relationships in your life. We get you direct spiritual support, and we make sure you become wealthy. We won't stop giving you just good life. We will literally not stop till you live enlightened life. Manifesting the state of Paramashiva, space of Paramashiva, powers of Paramashiva, being of Paramashiva. Whole world should become e-Kailashians.
I want the whole world to know Hindus have something great to contribute to the world. We have something great to contribute to the world. Let us do that.
Om Nithyananda.
Nithyanandam. Now, I'd like to welcome back to all the viewers after that very quick break. I'd like to begin with the attacks against the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism in 2012. And as each and every one of you know, the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism has literally revived Kailasa for each and every one of us. And this 1 hour segment every single day is the opportunity that I'd like to take personally to share with you what the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism has undergone to make that revival happen. And ultimately, what he is declaring as anything that he would do to make sure that each and every one of us have this beautiful lifestyle, Kailasa, on planet Earth once again. In 2012, the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism we had seen 2 years since the attacks against the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism in 2010. We had seen so much of growth, and it was even as if we could put behind what happened in the attacks against us. In fact, in 2012, on April 29, the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism was coronated as the Guru Maha Sannidhanam, the 293rd Guru Maha Sannidhanam of the Shamala Pita Sarvagna Pitam, the Kailashonata Shamala Pita Sarvagna Pitam, which is the Madurai Adinam, the oldest apex body of Hinduism. And having seen this, having celebrated the fact that the incarnation of Meenakshi, Devi Meenakshi, the one who had ruled over Madurai so many years back, was once again ruling, we saw how suddenly, despite so much of attack, success was happening in the world. And still, the revival of Kailasa was sure to happen and successfully happening. And of course, this is nothing but a Leela of the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, where literally, despite so much of attack, just within 1 year, completely back and contributing to the world as if nothing had happened entirely. But immediately upon this happening, anti-Hindu militant forces quickly caught on to the amount of attack, to the amount of success that the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism was once again achieving in his mission to revive Kailasa. In this next segment, we will understand how in 2012, the anti-Hindu militant forces brought on 10 times more brutal attacks and tried to assassinate the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism multiple times throughout the whole year. I request all the viewers to once again stay tuned and take a few minutes now to share the link in the scroll below for about the persecution against the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism. We'll be right back with you after a very quick break and continuing on in this segment.
Kailasa is proper customized spiritual service helping you to identify your root patterns of suffering. We have perfected the science of helping every individual from every cultural, religious, nationality background. You will have lowest reactionary assumptions, highest awakened response, alive response for life continuously. Kailasa is enlightenment ecosystem, literally enlightenment itself in your own home, wherever you are. Proper customized spiritual service helping you to complete with your life negativity, withdrawal from life, self-hatred, self-denial, self-doubt, so much of tiredness, laziness. We can support you aligning your diet, your attitude, your aptitude, your understanding about life. We can help you with everything. If you are interested in enlightenment, we will immediately bring this to you. If you are not interested, we will explain the whole science, inspire you and make you interested in enlightenment science. We need to cater this enlightenment science to the whole world wherever they are. Because enlightenment is the birthright of all human beings. Kailasa is responsible to provide that to all human beings. Kailasa is the totality of the knowledge I received from my gurus and practice manifested in my life, perfected by teaching millions of people from all cultures, time zones, backgrounds, genders, nationality, race, from every creed. So this absolutely perfected knowledge available to you, served to you in your home without even you moving out of your couch, free of cost. What I mean by the word e-Kailasa, listen intensely. Enlightenment ecosystem, literally enlightenment itself, in your own home, wherever you are. If you cannot come to Kailasa, it's okay. Kailasa can come to you. Kailasa coming to you is e-Kailasa. I will revive Hinduism. I am a Hindu revivalist, not by any revolution, but by evolution. And setting model community. Kailasa, enlightenment ecosystems, Sarvanya Pitas all over the world. All powerful cognition, knowledge, only when you live power manifestation and possibilities manifestation happens. It's a fundamental truth. Hinduism cannot live exclusively as one sampradaya. No. All sampradayas of Hinduism is an ecosystem. So don't keep quiet thinking that if one sampradaya is attacked, only that sampradaya is going to be affected. All of us are ecosystem.
I invite all of you to get involved and enjoy Hinduism by the principle of Dharmo Rakshati Rakshitaha. When you protect Dharma, Dharma protects you. we will make the whole planet Earth flourish spiritually. The spiritual prosperity will happen to the whole planet Earth. We all have to coexist together.
We get you health. We get you ability to build beautiful relationships in your life. We get you direct spiritual support, and we make sure you become wealthy. We won't stop giving you just good life. We will literally not stop till you live enlightened life. Manifest.
Nithyananda, and welcome back, dear viewers. The next assassination attempt and the targeted killing we are going to be seeing on the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism. So what happened in the year 2014? The brutal assassination attempt on the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism under the garb of a very, very, very discriminating potency test. Now, just to give a little background of what actually led to the potency test of the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, in the year 2010, the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism was, falsely accused of, some random allegations. And those random allegations, the police twisted it as rape, and they were trying to call for victims from all over. They gave advertisements in the media, in the television channels, but nobody obviously came forward because none of those allegations are true. Now, when the case was about to be quashed, the anti-Hindu elements, in their desperate attempt to continue their persecution on the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, found a false rape victim who could come and give these baseless false allegations on rape allegations on the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism. And when the Supreme Pontiff was illegally arrested in 2014, the Supreme Pontiff very clearly told that he has a yogic physiology, and they can do the medical test on his body to know that these allegations are not even possible, physically impossible, because of his yogic physiology of the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism. And the police did do the test. The medical tests were taken in 2010 itself. However, the police blatantly lied that in 2012 that no medical test was taken, and the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism had to be subject to yet another medical test, and this time they were calling it as a potency test. And in 2014, the Apex Court of India, the Supreme Court, gave a judgment saying that the Supreme Pontiff has to subject himself to a medical test. Failing to do so, he would need to be arrested. So the Supreme Court of the Apex Court of India, the Supreme Court had given this order in 2014, and on the 8th of September 2014, this brutal medical test was scheduled. Now, early morning, the Supreme Pontiff actually left very early in the morning in a devotee's car, and much later, the Supreme Pontiff's car, which was the official car of the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, left with a disciple sitting in the passenger seat, instead, closing himself and wrapping himself up as Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism. Then what happened is, as the Supreme Pontiff's car was leaving the monastery, the media elements started to hound the car. They started jumping on the car. They were putting their cameras into the dashboard of the car, and they were surrounding the car from all sides, and they tried their level best to actually stop the Supreme Pontiff from going to the medical test. And what happened was, when they actually grabbed the Supreme Pontiff out of the car and they beat him, only then they realized that it was a disciple of Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, and that the Supreme Pontiff had already reached the hospital for the so-called medical test. A brutal test which no human being, not even actually which no creature should ever go through, was attempted on the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism with the only intention to assassinate the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism. Now, the police who were handling the case knew very clearly about the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, because they did actually do a test in 2010 itself. However, in 2014, the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism was subject to this brutal test, which is called as a potency test, and the only intention of the test was to assassinate Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, and he was given multiple injections and forced to take multiple injections under the name of potency test. First, as the Supreme Pontiff was reaching the hospital, the media mafia tried to, you can see the amount of media here surrounding the ambulance of Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism. The media mafia tried to stop the Supreme Pontiff's car and tried to attack Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism. Here you can see the media chase started at around 7:30 a.m. from the Bengaluru Adinam as the Supreme Pontiff's car was leaving the Adinam. And here you can hear what really happened to the Supreme Pontiff's car just before the Supreme Pontiff was going to the medical test. Here you can see the car and the disciple sitting, wrapping himself up as the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism in the car. And as they were going to the hospital, the anti-Hindu elements literally attacked the car from all sides, somehow wanting to first of all stop, and second of all wanting to here you can see the media elements have literally surrounded the car on all sides and wanting to attack the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism. And after the Supreme Pontiff reached the hospital as well, we can see the media literally hounding. When the Supreme Pontiff was in the hospital, continuously the media aired so much of hate speech and giving such nasty details of what is going on in the hospital. And we are going to be sharing more about the actual torture that was done to the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism. Today, we want to focus on the assassination attempts. How many assassination attempts were attempted on the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism? First of all, starting from the monastery to reach to the hospital, the car of Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism was attacked, and the media mafia pulled the disciple who was sitting in the passenger seat, thinking it was Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism. The media mafia pulled the disciple out and they literally beat him to death. And after they realized that it was not the Supreme Pontiff and it was his disciple, they became even more angry, and they were beating the vehicle. And then they rushed to the hospital. Now, at that time, the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism was already in the hospital, and he was subject to such brutal tests, and horrific damage to his body was done. And they had injected him with cardiac arrest inducing injections. They had injected him with injections just to get the expected result of the medical test as such. And when the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism was actually being transferred from one hospital to the next, literally it was a car chase. If you had heard about how Princess Diana was chased by the media, and it actually led to the attack and the accident and leading to the death of Princess Diana herself, here you can literally see exactly the same way the media hounding the ambulance of the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism literally from all corners. Literally from all corners, and they had only one intention. They somehow wanted to get to the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism and use this medical test as a reason to directly attack on the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism and make it look like an accident. Here you can see this cameraman who's actually jumping from one vehicle to the ambulance. It's not even a vehicle, to the ambulance of the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, purporting to take a visual or to take a video, but actually the intention is that these anti-Hindu elements somehow want to jump to the vehicle and get to the physical attack and assassination attempt of Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism. Here you will see all rules broken. Only the ambulance has the right to travel on the opposite side of the road. However, every anti-Hindu element and media, they are completely violating the rule and they are surrounding the ambulance from all sides. Even the police is not able to do anything. Actually, the police and the anti-Hindu elements go hand in hand. So the police, even the police vehicle, which is supposed to give protection to the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, is a few vehicles away from the actual ambulance itself. And here you can see this person who is the anti-Hindu media mafia trying to somehow, this is in the middle of the road while the vehicle is going, somehow they wanted to bring the ambulance to, attack the ambulance, get to the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism. Somehow, before the Supreme Pontiff gets to the arena, here you can see how this person is actually literally out of his car, and all these things we have seen in movies, but here you are seeing it live happening to the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, a continuous attack being done. Here you can see one of the motor vehicles actually fell down and they were hit by the ambulance. And here one car is in the front, purposely blocking the ambulance. Actually, the ambulance has the right of the way. All cars, all vehicles have to go to the side, but that is a vehicle of the anti-Hindu element wanting to attack the Supreme Pontiff. Supreme Pontiff is inside the ambulance and his body has been utterly damaged by what happened on that day. And the media mafia now has surrounded the ambulance from all sides. There is no way for the ambulance to go in the way it wants. It is being now literally, it is a car kidnapping. The media mafia is surrounded on all sides. They somehow want to only attack the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism. Here you can see how the ambulance of the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism is being chased and closed from all sides. And now the hunt continues. The 40-kilometer stretch from Maniwala back to Bidadi, the anti-Hindu elements did not want to give up. They did not want to miss any one chance. They didn't want to miss even one chance of leaving this opportunity to assassinate the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism. Literally, you can see it was a mad chase. It was literally like a car surrounding the car from the Supreme Pontiff's ambulance from all sides. Somehow the media mafias are trying to get to the car. Under the pretext of airing it live or under the pretext of taking the video footage, the whole intention is to get to Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, and they did not stop till the gate, the very monastery gates of the Supreme Pontiff. And finally at the gate, when the car actually reached the gate, they staged yet another assassination attempt. The car in which the Supreme Pontiff traveled for the medical test was completely damaged. It was punctured and damaged, and it was broken, and you can actually see the bumpers dented and the glass broken. And that was the very same car the Supreme Pontiff traveled in the morning, and he could not travel back in that same car because the car was completely damaged. And here you can see the ashram driver is now being beaten and is pulled out of the vehicle and is completely beaten by the anti-Hindu elements. And even at the gates of the monastery, the anti-Hindu elements didn't want to rest or relent, and they are continuously attacking. And it was an extremely traumatic experience. And the anti-Hindu elements somehow want to get to the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, and they created yet another extreme situation and scene at the gate. As the Supreme Pontiff, the car somehow managed to get Supreme Pontiff back into the Adhinam. The attack continued. And even at the gate, here you can see the anti-Hindu militant mafias trying to create a violence at the gate, and the police are just standing and watching. And it was extremely barbaric attack. And the whole day, the TV channels were airing such pornographic material, so much of hate speech and character assassination on featuring Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism and the so-called discriminatory potency test against the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism. Here you can see the car in which the Supreme Pontiff traveled in the morning is completely broken by the anti-Hindu elements. The windows were broken, the bumpers were broken, and now at the gate, the anti-Hindu elements now are staging a violent attack. Here you can see the CCTV footage of how the violence is being erupted out right outside the monastery gates. Here you can see this is the very car that the Supreme Pontiff traveled in the morning. The car got completely damaged. Here you can see stones being thrown out, and you can see what on the right side, you can see something like a bullet shot on the vehicle, which has torn open the glass, which has pierced the back glass of the vehicle. And this is the very same car the Supreme Pontiff traveled in the morning. And the very same car was completely punctured. The dashboard was completely broken. In the backside, the glass was completely broken. The bumper is dented, and they had targeted to get to the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism. Just as Supreme Pontiff was completely abiding by the legalities and by the procedures, but the anti-Hindu media mafia joining hands with the state elements and the police and the neo-Hindutva militants somehow wanting to assassinate Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism. And this is one of the 70 plus assassination attempts that have happened on the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism. Today, as a part of the Hindu Persecution Awareness Month, we are sharing with you about how the targeted killings and assassination attempts are being staged against Hindu gurus, Hindu organizations, and especially somebody who has given and sacrificed his life for Hinduism, which is the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism. And we will be in the upcoming segments of this program and in the upcoming segments of this show in this month, we will be continuing to share with you the more attacks, persecution, lawfare, hate speech that is currently being spread, and that the persecution happening against the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism. And we invite each and every one of you to share the report published by the United Nations recognizing the persecution of Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism and Kailasa. Please share that with the hashtag UN recognizes persecution of SPH Nithyananda and Kailasa. That we come to the conclusion of this segment, and in the next segment, upcoming next is the Kailash Courtyard Power Manifestation session. So let's get ready to go ahead and manifest the powers. Now, the ending now with the Purna Mantra. Purnamudachyate Purnasya Purnamadaya Purnamevavasishyate Om Shanti 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 Hari Om Tat Sat Sarvam Bhagavad Shri Nithyananda Paramashiva Padukarpanamastu Om Nithyanandam.
Paramashiva, powers of Paramashiva, being of Paramashiva. Whole world should become e-Kailashians.
I want the whole world to know Hindus have something great to contribute to the world. We have something great to contribute to the world. Let us do that.
E-Kailasa is proper customized spiritual service helping you to identify your root patterns of suffering. We have perfected the science of helping every individual from every cultural, religious, nationality background. You will have lowest reactionary assumptions, highest awakened response, alive response for life continuously. E-Kailasa is enlightenment ecosystem, literally enlightenment itself in your own home, wherever you are. Proper customized spiritual service helping you to complete with your life negativity, withdrawal from life, self-hatred, self-denial, self-doubt, so much of tiredness, laziness. We can support you aligning your diet, your attitude, your aptitude, your understanding about life. We can help you with everything. If you are interested in enlightenment, we will immediately bring this to you. If you are not interested, we will explain the whole science, inspire you and make you interested in enlightenment time. We need to cater this enlightenment science to the whole world wherever they are, because enlightenment is the birthright of all human beings. Kailasa is responsible to provide that to all human beings. Kailasa is totality of the knowledge I received from my gurus and practice manifested in my life, perfected by teaching millions of people from all cultures, time zones, backgrounds, genders, nationality, race, from every creed.
Use this medical test Z.
Of Hinduism, Jagadguru Mahasanidhanam, His Divine Holiness, Bhagavan Nithyananda Paramashivam. Let's start with the Sadguru Vandanam. Nithyanandam Paramasukalam Kevalam Jnanamurtim Dvandvatitam Gaganasadushnam Tattvamasya Laksham Ekam Nityam Vimalamachalam Sarvadi Sakshi Bhutam Bhavatitam Trigunarahitam Sadgurum Tam Namami. Let's go through the disclaimers. Security measures. No photography, video, audio recording. Important cautions. Please be aware of the important cautions. What is spa manifestation? Let's hear from Bhagavan himself explaining what is spa manifestation.
All the 25 states of consciousness, when they happen in you, due to your chemicals and hormones ups and downs, it is powerlessness. When it happens in you, out of your free will and consciousness, it is powerfulness. That's all. When you fall into sleep, it is powerlessness. When you enter into sleep, it is powerfulness. When you fall into dream, it is powerlessness. When you decide to dream, it is powerfulness. So I have added the ultimate powerfulness, Turyatita, in your whole being and doing, manifest all the powers. Understand, power manifestation is nothing but cognitive shift. It is not work.
Beautifully, Bhagavan explained what is power manifestation. Power manifestation is a cognitive shift from our space of body and mind to superconscious breakthrough, the consciousness, conscious sovereignty that Bhagavan has beautifully blessed us. That is the shift that we experience by doing power manifestation. Again and again, we get a glimpse of that shift. And this is a science. We can experience the superconscious breakthrough in all of us. And it is a science that's proven by all these evidences. That is why it's a science of power manifestation, which is authentic, time-tested, scientific, and foolproof. The Shastra Pramana, the evidences from the scriptures, the eternal, unchangeable truth revealed in the source scriptures, the Vedas and the Agamas. Apta Pramana, the experience and the results of the Aptas, the Rishis, Munis, Ganas, Nayanama, Alvars, and millions of them who are authority of Hinduism, manifesting all the powers of Paramashiva. Atma Pramana, account of His Divine Holiness, Bhagavan Nithyananda Parameshivam, this millennium's avatars, personal experience of power manifestation, Bhagavan's very own Leelas. Bhagavan Leelas mapping to the Shastra and the Apta Pramana. Shakshi Pramana, experience of the millions of disciples, devotees, followers all alone the world who have manifested all the powers of Paramashiva as per the Shastra and Apta. And Bhagavan has beautifully said, whoever comes to the Kailash courtyard, I myself initiate and bless them to manifest all the powers of Paramashiva. Bhagwan's presence can be really experienced as reality in the Kailash courtyard. Pratyaksha Pramana, the scientific study measuring the effect of being in the enlightened state. Again and again, Bhagavan beautifully gives us the scientific study to understand that it is also a science where we can experience the thoughtless space. Even if you experience 3 seconds, we can manifest the powers. And when we expand to 21 seconds, Bhagavan says 21 kshanas, we can experience enlightenment itself. The thoughtless space is what everybody is running behind to experience the superconscious breakthrough. Now we can experience that oneness space as our reality in this power manifestation session today. Let's go to the Shastra Pramana. Shastra Pramana are the eternal, unchangeable truth revealed in the source scriptures, Vedas and the Agamas. This is from the scriptural reference for the power of breath dimension from the Shiva Sutra, Sutra 1.19. Beautifully, Bhagavan gives all the sutras, and he's spoken about many sutras, Patanjali Yoga Sutra, Jain Sutra, Bhagavad Gita, all that, but in only smaller versions. But when it comes to Shiva Sutra, he has spoken on each and every sutra in detail. He says each one sutra is a religion by itself. It has knowledge to become a religion. It's that powerful. So here Bhagavan gives the Shiva Sutra for us to understand the dimensions. Shakti Sandhane Shariro Patihi. Bhagavan Paramashiva says, by aiming and fixing the self on Shakti, uniting in oneness with the supreme power, embodiment of that which is cognized and willed. These are the 4 instructions. Manifest at once as all the dimension, length, breadth, depth, time and space. Understanding these dimensions, how we exist in different dimension, how we are, who we are, and what is it that I exist. The length is just the verbalization. Only the length forms a verbalization. If you see an ant, it understands only a length and a breadth, probably a paper on or an object on the surface. But if I start piling an object, it doesn't understand the depth dimension. So it thinks that it has vanished. Same way for us, we understand 4 dimension, length, breadth, depth and time and space. Where is the person, which location and how he exists. And we understand the dimensions, but beyond that dimension, if I have to go to 11 dimensions that Bhagavan says, I do not understand that. I think whether it is Trilanga Swami or Andal or Manika Vachkar and so many great saints have disappeared into the Nataraja or into the Shivalinga because I do not understand how they exist. If we need to understand the higher science, then we have to understand the whole concept of Advaita, the oneness. How in the outer world, the delusion world, we value the Mahamaya, the currency, as the ultimate to raise into the higher and higher planes. Here in the conscious space, you value, and the only value is, Bhagavan says, the oneness space. How you understand the oneness, you can manifest anything as your reality, because that is the whole key, how we exist as a superconscious being. Once you are able to perceive it, you will be able to manifest any of the reality. It's like you understand the clay doll that the child is playing with is just a clay. You can make any form, anything out of it. You can make a laptop, you can make a cup, you can make a doll, you can make anything, because you understand the clay doll can be used like that. Same way you're made of consciousness, the conscious sovereignty that you are. If you understand that, you can simply manifest any of the reality. That is what Ramakrishna Paramahamsa says to when there was Arya Samaj and Brahmo Samaj. Brahmo Samaj Keshav, he was one of the greatest person who gave all these great lectures on spirituality. So Ramakrishna Paramahamsa goes to him. He was talking about the formless. We can understand the formless like water, but when you put yourself and give a form, it becomes a form. It becomes ice. Same way, the formless that is there as consciousness, can simply manifest as reality when you give a form, a perception to it. That will happen once you understand that how you know about a clay, you should know about the conscious sovereignty. Once you understand conscious sovereignty in your action, words, and your thoughts, you will understand that you do not exist only in the body, but you exist beyond that, and you can also manifest this body as you want. And simply like a clay dough, you can mold yourself or mold anybody that you see or anything that you see, because everything is made of consciousness. And simply in your dream, you are manifesting that. And you are able to manifest in any dimensions and any possibility that you want. Here in the awareness, also Bhagavan says, you can manifest just being in the oneness with Paramashiva. And that Advaita space, that oneness space, that quantum entanglement space with Swamiji, with Bhagavan, we will manifest our reality as the reality that needs to manifest as power manifestation. Now let's move to Apta Pramana. Apta Pramanas are the rishis, munis, ganas, nayanamas, millions of them are authority of Hinduism who have manifested the powers. Here you can see this is from Mahabharata book, Adi Parva, section 2, page 20. So beautifully it says how the Pandavas supposed to be burnt alive by the Kauravas when they were put in the wax museum. Vidura came to know about this whole thing and informs a miner who goes and through his third eye, he is able to dig the whole path underground and save the whole Pandavas, and completely they are safe and fine. The Kauravas think they are dead, but they are completely safe because of the miner exactly dug them out of this place. All these great signs was a reality in those world that also can be a possibility for each one of us to understand the higher signs. Bhagavan beautifully explains in Atma Pramana.
It's useless for you and for what you inherited. Life should be built. Life should be built. Especially with a lot of oppositions. That integrates you, I tell you, that integrates you. That makes strong people to gather around you. Understand, even to live in this campus, you need to be strong. 10,000 times stronger than any society, any person in society. Really, I'm telling you. It's not a joke. It's not a joke. Shine punnye madhyalokam vishanti. When punya is lost from Swarga, you come back to Buloka. When will persistence is lost, you leave Kailasa and go back to Buloka. I tell you. Ability to hold these higher visualizations. Ability to intensely feel this truth. Ability to intensely integrate your being. See, ability of your brain's ability to hold certain visualization and hold certain truths, understand and digest all this are basic tools for liberation and enlightenment and manifesting powers. I am not talking about alcohol, drugs, non-veg, all this from the angle of morality. I am talking about all this from the angle of human beings are losing their tools for living life. It is actually a big conspiracy against the humanity. And even the people who sell, they don't know why they are selling. It is not that all the money they gather with that they are happy. No, it is a large blind spot. If the blind spot is in one brain, it is called ignorance. If it is in the brains of a group of people, it is called collective stupidity.
if it is in the brains of a society, it's called Maya. It is not that people who sell you alcohol and destroy your health and your brain's ability to live entrance to get sanctified and be allowed inside the house. And we will all be standing in the queue because all these girls have to pass and go back. Then one by one everyone has to drop their clothes. One grandmother will be standing with a pot full of water. She will pour on everyone, and then we have to run inside and wear our clothes. And even these clothes which we dropped, she will not touch by hand. She will pour water on it and use a stick and lift it. Now when I look, especially when I drive the streets of Tiruvannamalai, I can see cultural genocide. When people stand in line openly in Tasmak shops, when people smoke openly in Tiruvannamalai, see, I'm not talking about Tiruvannamalai alone. You need to understand. Tiruvannamalai is the place I can compare the stark memories. Because of that, I'm talking about Tiruvannamalai. I know the before and after. 1980s and this 2018s. I can see the stark difference. That is why I'm talking about Tiruvannamalai. Of course, I'm sure all the cities, the same thing is happening everywhere. I'm not concerned about this alcohol and non-veg and all this from any moral sense, understand? I'm concerned about all this because they reduce the frequency of your consciousness. That is where the whole problem is. The ability to grasp life, ability to involve life in life. I tell you. Yesterday I was describing what I call organic healthy brain. If it can understand a verbalization and hold that visualization, I call that as organic healthy brain. If you don't have organic healthy brain, not only you can't become enlightened, you can't be even an ordinary grihastha, understand? It's not that your grihastha means just die in gutter, no. You are a human being, you have life. One of the important things